Good afternoon. On behalf of the ACT EU initiative, and together with my co-chair Bjorn Eriksson, Director General of the Swedish Medical Products Agency, it's a great pleasure to be your guide through this two-day multi-stakeholder platform kick-off workshop on clinical trials. Over 2 days, we aim to understand stakeholders' perspectives on how to transform the EU environment for clinical trials and to discuss a model for establishment of a multi-stakeholder platform. Now, ACT-EU, or Accelerating Clinical Trials in the EU, is a joint initiative between the Commission, the heads of medicines agencies and the European Medicines Agency. And to reflect this, we have opening our workshop perspectives from Imo Cook, Director General of the EMA, Sandra Galina, Director General of DG Sante, and Bjorn Eriksson, Director General of the Medical Products Agency in Sweden. Imo, please can I invite you to come and take the microphone?
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Bjorn. A warm welcome to everybody in the room. A warm welcome to all of you who are online. I'm really delighted that everybody could join this first ACT-EU multi-stakeholder workshop. It's great to see you in person. It's great that we have so many people online. So a warm welcome to those who are following the broadcast. Excellent clinical trials are the core to the generation of clinical evidence, and they're essential to inform us about the safety and efficacy of medicines. In Europe, we have a long tradition and an excellent academic basis for clinical trials, but in recent years, complexity and fragmentation has led to a reduction in the overall numbers, as well as fewer impactful clinical trials being conducted in the EU. And this was particularly evident in the COVID-19 pandemic, where the majority of the clinical trial results that drove the authorization of the first vaccines did not originate from the EU. But I have to say, the question of fragmentation is not an EU-only issue. It's a global issue, and it's something that we need to address. And I really do hope that some of the thoughts that will come together here at this multi-stakeholder platform will help drive also the global agenda. But in Europe, we now have a huge opportunity. We have the opportunity to take advantage of the new clinical trial regulation. We have the opportunity to build on the lessons learned during COVID, and really to use all this experience and opportunity to focus on how we can accelerate and make more meaningful clinical trials in the EU. And to do this effectively, we need to get all stakeholders together. And of course, this is the first real manifestation. So what are the ingredients needed to drive innovation in clinical trials and to boost the health research ecosystem across Europe? How can we all play our part and work together to make change happen? The success of clinical trials in the European Union is determined by the people who participate in the design, regulation, performance, and of course, those who enroll in clinical trials. So a successful clinical trial environment will support bigger, better, and faster clinical trials, which really means better medicines for patients, but also helps to drive innovation and investment, which helps to drive better medicines for patients. We don't often get such an opportunity to come together from so many different walks of life, but this multi-stakeholder platform is a key pillar in enabling us to deliver on the ACT-EU goals as set out by the European Commission, by the heads of medicines agency and the EMA. And I think one of the things that an important takeaway from this is that this is a joint effort. This is not just an EMA effort. It is not just a Commission effort. It is not just a heads of medicines agency effort. It's an effort of all of us together with you stakeholders. So the idea in the first ACT-EU paper that we drafted was to have a multi-stakeholder neutral platform to build consensus and enable new approaches to clinical studies and to position the EU as a preferred location for innovation clinical research. So your input will help us better understand the landscape in which we're operating, also to be very cognizant of the barriers and challenges and what shapes our unique personal perspectives, but how we can bring them together in a collaborative way. So today is about bringing these different voices together, all stakeholders, to learn from each other and share experiences. And I think the objective is crystal clear. We want to drive innovation in clinical trials, boost the health research ecosystem in Europe to benefit patients and citizens in Europe. So how can we play our part? How can we make change happen? How can we be part of the change? I think collaboration is really the key ingredient here. And we need to fully understand the needs and concerns of all parties involved so that we can really help to make this change happen. We need to ensure, how can we ensure better availability, better transparency? What additional support should regulators give to stakeholders? How can we reduce complexity? How can we improve coherence? How can we adapt to new technologies and new ways of working? We want this collaboration, all your voices, to help to drive a unity of purpose but also to help us stay focused and pragmatic. If we can all come together in a unified and decisive way as a group of people with a real sense of unity of purpose, we can achieve mountains. And to do this, it's all about collaboration. So it's about talking, it's about sharing, it's about learning, and then combining all the ideas, inspirations, and perspectives, and then setting them to help make change happen. So I'm really looking forward to the dialogue over the next 2 days. A spirited dialogue, lively discussions, sharing of experiences, helping to shape our future. This will shape the future of clinical trials in Europe, and we want you all to be part of this. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the discussions.
Thanks very much, Emma. Collaboration, unity of purpose, and listening to all stakeholders. Key messages that we will take through our 2 days together. I'm now very pleased. We've made connection with Brussels, headquarters in Brussels. Sandra Galina, European Commission Director General, DG Sante. Over to you, please.
Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for this invitation. I have heard very many inspiring words from Emer. I hope I can add a few. So as she was saying, the clinical trials play a crucial role in advancing healthcare. So from our point of view, they are really a key element in the constellations that we have ahead of us. Now, they play a critical role, but for us, they need to be designed in order to meet the need of a few stakeholders that come to my mind. For instance, first of all, the patients, but also the hospitals and the clinics. They need to meet the needs also of industry, the scientists, I would say the HTA bodies, the payers. I mean, I could continue this listing. I would like to say that an early engagement with the patients, or with investigators and regulators, is really very important. Well, for patients, sometimes it's a way to have hope. For, I would say, regulators, early engagement, we can only see during the vaccines what it meant. It meant a speedy, I would say, authorization. So let me say, we need to understand the different stakeholder perspectives if we want to do good work. And the stakeholders include also those who really manage clinical trials, who do clinical trials. So I would say we should not be solipsistically thinking of our own point of view, but we need to integrate all the others. Now, the platform, in my view, offers an opportunity to do exactly what we would like to have. So sharing experiences between different silos, discuss the obstacles, try to see that the EU continues to have a sort of attraction power. It's very important that we continue to be attractive for clinical research. Now, I was asking once an authority on clinical trials who is actually sitting amongst the audience here today. I mean, would an improvement of clinical trials boost my capacity to attract investment also of the industry? The person was very honest and replied, yes, but only in part, because the issues are much more complex. So let me say, it's an important piece, but there are other pieces that need to work for all this innovation to stay in Europe. I would like to seize this opportunity to really thank you all that are present in the room, but also connected, because it really shows that there is an ecosystem in Europe for clinical trials that we should make best use of. Now, the new rules, what can I say about the renewals? A bit of the state of play. So the revision of the clinical trials has resulted in this clinical trial regulation. It includes, I would say, a well-harmonized scientific part of the application. And then it has an ethics part that tries to reflect the specificities of every member state. And there's the rub, I would say, almost. The regulation adheres to a subsidiarity principle, so we respect the independence of the ethics committees. And I would say coordination can be improved. And in this regard, I really appreciate seeing member states diligently working towards more coordination and more cooperation. Now, the regulation, in my view, should not be perceived as a rigid process paper. No, I think that the timelines that we have provided, for instance, are maximum timelines. This is already a difference from something which is very constraining. Then the regulation, in my view, has also the possibility to give an open space for the invention of new processes. So this shows that it is flexible. As regards the implementation, there has been a lot of guidance material that has been produced to try to facilitate the implementation. There is a question and answer document, if I remember correctly, and this question and answer document was the result of hours of work of the member states, So we hope it clarifies, I would say, what is expected from the sponsors. EMA also has a question and answer document, but that clarifies the transparency requirements. Then there is a quick guide on the rules and procedures of the new regulation, which tries to transpose in layman's language the documents that we have developed for member states. It's always a very laudable attempt. We hope it is sufficiently clear. Now, there is a lot of energy, there is a lot of commitment. We have been doing a lot of meetings around clinical trials. We have, for the implementation of clinical trials, the Clinical Trial Coordination and Advisory Group with this unpronounceable acronym that I know all too well, CTAGs. Then the Commission Expert Group, which is the CTEGs. And then we have the Clinical Trials Coordination Group, CTCG. Now, I must admit to you that when I approached this file at the very beginning, I was wondering about the specialities of all these groups, and I was explained, I would say, that whilst they may overlap, they have different functions. I would like to thank you all for participating in these groups, for your work, for your toil and effort in this undertaking. Now, the groups have recently focused on trying to find solutions to very complex issues that surround clinical trial design, the platform for trials, what else? The management, for instance, of decentralized elements under the new legal framework, you name it. Now, the guidance on very complex trials and the recommendation paper on decentralized trials try to give you detailed principles, guidance that is sufficiently detailed and, obviously in keeping with the regulation. I would say that there was wonderful teamwork that was finalized under Act EU, and that has already produced many very good deliverables. I would like to really thank you all for that. All of this has showed also our ability to be flexible within a regulatory framework, which is always a very good thing to show. Now, I repeat, we should be doing the best of all that we have. Now, should I go to stakeholders' concerns now, just to give you an overview? So, Today, this meeting is a very important step, but it's not really the first time we try to address the stakeholders' concerns. So last year, we had the first EU survey, which identified concerns relating to the clinical trials ecosystem. And I would say that together with EMA and the member states, we started providing solutions for these issues. I give you an example, the additional guidance, CTIS improvements, aligned regional legislation or better coordination. These were all topics for which we went deep diving last year. There is a second survey that will be launched to measure the progress that was achieved and obviously the subliminal message is that we continue to prioritize improvements to the EU ecosystem trials. What can I say as by way of conclusion? What I can say is that in the early stages of this very learning process, we would like to really assist you so that this is applied in a very efficient way. So I can say very explicitly, you can count on our support, and you can really hope that all is fixed, but if it's not fixed, it needs to be discussed, and you can count on our support. I would simply like to say that I'm here to listen, and I wish us all very, very fruitful discussions around this very difficult topic. Thank you to you all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sandra. You heard it here, folks. We're here and you can count on our support. That's what Sandra said. We've got it on camera, Sandra. Looking forward to the collaboration going forward. Our last keynote is Bjorn Eriksson. I've already introduced him, Director General, Medical Products Agency in Sweden, who will be your co-host for the whole of the 2 days, but we'll give a perspective now from the heads of medicines agencies. Bjorn.
Thank you, Peter. And I have to say that I'm very pleased to be co-chairing this ACT-EU multi-stakeholder workshop on clinical trials today. And I think we will have 2 exciting days together. Excellent clinical trials, as Emer said, are the core of the excellent clinical evidence. And as you know, robust clinical evidence is critical to the development of new medicines and to improving how medicines are used on the market. However, it is important that we acknowledge the challenge. The European Union has experienced a loss of clinical trials in recent years, with a marked absence of large, impactful clinical trials compared to other geographical regions. This is multifactorial, but drivers include a lack of overarching strategy and a lack of harmonization, and resulting in slow authorization and setup of clinical trials. Furthermore, a risk-averse mindset, along with the historical fragmentation of responsibilities and activities, risk intensifying a silo approach in the EU clinical trial environment. So that's the challenge, according to me. And what can we do to address the challenge? The vision of ACT-EU is to make the European Union an attractive region for clinical research, building on the new clinical trials regulation. To enable larger and more impactful clinical trials with seamless coordination among regulators, not at least in the medicines agencies and the ethics committees, and impacted stakeholders. So, Emer mentioned the importance of collaboration and coordination. ACT-EU has the aim to facilitate smart clinical trials through regulatory, technological and process innovation. And the new clinical trial ecosystem will foster collaboration by empowering, engaging, and supporting stakeholders. You may ask, who will benefit from bigger, better, and faster clinical trials? The answer is everyone. Sponsors, by achieving a higher rate of success in delivering impactful clinical trials. Regulators, by gathering robust decisional evidence and making an efficient use of regulatory resources. Academia, by contributing to large multi-state collaboration through strengthened support mechanisms. Member states, by increasing R&D in the region and in the country. And most importantly, patients, by being empowered and engaged in all stages of clinical research with increased enrollment in clinical trials. To help to deliver these benefits, we will use this workshop to listen to the views of different stakeholders on the priorities for clinical trials in Europe. So, I wish everyone an excellent and fruitful meeting. I'm looking forward to these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bjorn. Excellent to have the perspectives from the 3 different pillars, if you like, in terms of leadership of ACT-EU, the Commission, the EMA, and the heads of medicines agency. Bjorn has sat down quickly because he's going from giving an introductory remarks to co-chairing session 1 with me. So Bjorn, are you comfortable? Are we ready to go with session 1?
We are ready.
Very good, very good. So I maybe hand straight back to you to introduce our maybe the objectives and the first speaker.
Yeah. The first session will be setting the scene, and I'm really happy to introduce the first speaker, which will be Monique Al. Monique Al is expert advisor in the Dutch Central Committee on Research Involving Human Subjects, CCMO, vice chair of Clinical Trials Coordination Group, CTCG, and CTCG Ethics Advisory Group. So please, Monique.
Good morning to you all present here in Amsterdam and all the people joining remote. Today is all about the kickoff of the multi-stakeholder platform. It's one of the priority action of the ACT-EU, an initiative of the EMA, HMA and the European Commission. Next slide, please. And today I will give you some background on this program. Key outputs of 2022, sorry, the planning for 2023, something about the multi-stakeholder platform, and some key messages. Next slide, please. I think we have all experienced a changing environment in the regulatory system for authorizing clinical trials. Well, maybe not all, but because we have to go back to 2004, almost 20 years ago, looking around. Maybe some of you were not even involved in clinical trials in 2004. But anyway, at that time, it was all regulated by national law, and clinical trials were primarily assessed by ethics committee. In 2001, there was the directive, and the primary aim of the directive was to get more harmonization than was than before this directive. But still, under the directive, it was still all regulated by national law. National competent authorities were implemented to see if we could get more harmonization, but it was still a decision per member state. It was a dual system. You needed a decision of the competent authority and from the ethics committee. There was an increase in administrative burden, the costs increasing to perform clinical trials, and the objective of getting harmonization was not achieved. So with the CTR, the objective is really try to see if we can get full harmonization among the member states. Next slide, please. So, in the European clinical trials environment, we have seen, especially during COVID-19, it has been said by our previous speaker as well, that there was not a lot of multinational clinical trials. And it is strange because if you see the importance of the academic involvement in clinical trials is huge. I think around 30% of the clinical trials done in the European Union are from academic research. So there's a strong academic base to perform clinical trials. But if you look at multinational clinical trials, we see that academic research is primarily national. We also see that there is a split of responsibilities across multiple actors with multiple initiatives across network instead of collaborating with each other. And therefore, EU is seen as a less friendly environment to conduct clinical research. So the ACT-EU vision is to transform EU clinical trials environment for Europe to flourish as a global focus for clinical research through excellent scientific advice and optimize regulatory oversight, enable the conduct of large, impactful clinical trials in the EU that deliver decisional evidence, improve the health of European patients through faster access to innovative medicine and optimized use on the market. Next slide, please. So the ACT-EU is really on business change, transforming the EU clinical research environment. And it was built on the moment that the CTR became applicable. It was launched last year in January, and there has been 10 priority actions which focus on enabling clinical trials, in particular multinational clinical trials, innovative trial methods, GCP modernization, and engaging all stakeholders, and that's where we're here today and tomorrow. Next slide, please. Here an overview of the 10 priority action. Priority action 1 is about the governance structure. 2 is about the implementation of the CTR and the use of CTIS. 3 is, here we are again, about the multi-stakeholder platform. 4 about GCP modernization. 5 is about analytics, to collect data which we have and to see if we can learn from it and use for improvements. 6 is about communication, 7 on scientific advice, 8 is on methodology guidances, 9 safety, and 10 on the training curriculum. Next slide, please. But it's good to know, I think, that within each of these priority actions, there are different work programs. So as an example, I took priority action 2. It's about successful implementation of the CTR. And you see that there are 5 different work programs taking place. The first one is about the key performance indicators collected from CTIS about the clinical trials. A survey on the implementation of CTR. That's information collected from sponsors using CTIS done by the European Commission, and the second will be launched after the summer holidays. It's about non-commercial trial support, transparency rules, and then transition of clinical trials. So a few examples within one priority action. Next slide, please. One of the ACT-EU deliverables in key output deliverables in 2022, and has been said already by Sandra Galliani, was the Q&A on the complex clinical trials and the recommendation paper on decentralized elements in clinical trials. And there has been much more delivered. We have organized events, there has been done surveys, there's work on scientific advice, but it's too much to mention it all here, but you can find an update on this on the site from the EMA on our deliverables. Next slide, please. So the focus in 2023 is to continue to have focus on a successful implementation of the clinical trial regulation, including the use of the clinical trial information system, change management, including stakeholder engagement, surveys, training, and communication. A scheme will be launched to support academic sponsors. to conduct large multinational clinical trials, the creation of a multi-stakeholder platform, and for this, the kickoff. And we will revise the work plan, which has been published last year. But of course, during the time, you learn, you get experience, you want to see what are really the needs, where should we focus on. So a revision of the work plan will take place after the summer holiday, and to set also priorities. Next slide. Next slide, please. I won't repeat it again. Yeah. So if we look at the ACT-EU objective, I've made one red, and that is engage all stakeholders proactively. And I think that's the time to do so. Therefore, I'm really looking forward to this meeting today and tomorrow. Next slide. And click, click, click. I have said to my assistant, because there are a lot of stakeholders and we have to work together. There is work to be done, and we should do it according to the needs of the different stakeholders and set our priorities. So to finalize, we want to have bigger, better, faster clinical trials, to acknowledge the problems we face, guided by patients, plan and replan. That's what I tried to say also. Therefore, we are revisiting the work plan, travel together, harness the resources we need, people, data, technology and knowledge, global perspective with EU as a leader, and remain focused on the benefits. Next slide. So I want to finalize with some key messages. The ACT-EU is an EU initiative to modernize and invigorate clinical trials in Europe. It brings change management with focus that complements and supports implementation of the clinical trial regulation. It binds the European Commission, HMA, EMA to deliver for the EU an innovative and better medicine for patients. Steady progress in 2022 and focus in 2023 supporting CTR, academic clinical trials and the multi-stakeholder platform. And we all have to do it together. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you a lot, Monique, for taking us through the journey to ACT-EU and to the great aims of the work and putting the patients in the center. Thank you.
Indeed, thanks very much. We have coming very soon a panel discussion and then an open discussion. But before we do, our man from Naples is Giacomo Capone, clinical trials expert, GCP inspector, on loan from the Italian Medicines Agency, helping us to progress the work in ACT-EU. Please come to the podium. Give us the results of the survey that we did at the beginning of the year. Please, Giacomo.
Thank you, Peter, for the introduction. Today, I'm going to show the outcome of the public stakeholder consultation on the ACT-EU multi-stakeholder platform. Next slide, please. Before going to the structure and the results of the survey, I would like to give a brief background. We have heard already previously that the ACT-EU initiatives identifies 10 priority actions, and priority action 3 aims to establish a multi-stakeholder platform. For this reason, earlier this year in January 2023, a concept paper was published with the aim of defining the outlines of the platform with objective and also organizational aspects and the composition, of course. At the same time, a public consultation was launched in February 2023 to collect the inputs from all the stakeholders involved in the clinical trials, and in particular to have their feedback on the platform and to add new priority topics to the discussion. Next slide, please. The structure of the public consultation of the EU survey was quite simple. There were 5 questions. The first one is the affiliation, where the respondents had to choose the affiliation based on a predefined list of options. Then we have another question where the respondents had to choose up to 3 options among 6 possible priority topics that were taken from the priority action of the ACT-EU initiative. The third question is an open field, an open question where the respondents could add any priority topics that could be of interest for the platform for discussion. The fourth one is an open comment related to the concept paper on the multi-stakeholder platform. And last question was the expression of interest in being part of the multi-stakeholder platform. Next slide, please. In this slide, we see the responses of the stakeholders grouped by affiliation. We received a total of 230 valid responses to the survey. And as you can see here, first of all, the affiliation was a little bit abbreviated for graphical reasons to fit the screen. And some affiliation were grouped, for example, inspectorates were grouped together with regulators. And as we can see here, the majority of the responses to the survey come from sponsors, commercial and non-commercial, and contract research organizations and vendors, and followed by healthcare professionals. But overall, we can also see that all the stakeholders took the time to respond to the survey, showing interest in the topic. Next slide, please. Here we see the most selected topics based on the ActEU priority actions. On the right of the slide, you can see the 6 options that were offered, and that these are taken from the ActEU priority actions. Also for graphical reasons, we had to abbreviate the text, so in the graph you will see only few keywords. As you can see, at first glance, you see that all the priority actions were selected by the stakeholders, meaning that all the priority actions seem to be important for the respondents. At the same time, we see that there are some that were mostly selected, and one is the first one, which is the successful and timely implementation of the clinical trial regulation. Second one is the need for methodology guidance. Next slide, please. At the same time, we did another graph just to show the same answer, but this time grouped by affiliation group. In this case, we wanted to concentrate on all the stakeholders in order to consider the contribution of all the stakeholders, despite the number of answers that we received to the survey. And as you can see also here, all the priority action, all the topics were selected more or less equally by the stakeholders, with some differences and specificities for some stakeholders. Next slide, please. This is the graphical representation of the answers to the third question. This was an open question again, where the respondents could, because it's not a mandatory field, could add any priority topics that they found of interest to be further discussed by the platform. In this case, we received 126 open questions, open responses, and in all the responses, we could find more than one topic addressed. In this case, the total of the responses was 153. The free text was analyzed in this way. Basically, we looked for keywords within the free text, and these keywords helped us to have 4 groups of responses, of the responses. These 8 groups, actually, could be traced back to the priority action that are part of the ActEU initiatives. And as you can see here, in fact, they were grouped based on the priority action again. You see that the majority of the responses were related to the implementation of the legislation, and followed by other topics and suggestions that were related, for example, to data sharing, data collection and sharing, communication and transparent communication, scientific advice, and so on. Next slide, please. This slide shows the answers to the responses to the fourth question, which is an open field again, where the respondents could add a comment to the concept paper on the multi-stakeholder platform. we received 100 responses, more or less, accounting for 124 responses, because each response every time had touched on different topics. In this case, we looked for keywords again in the text, and could group the responses on 4 main categories. You can see in the first one, we have the representation of the multi-stakeholder platform. So many comments were related to the importance of having all the stakeholders involved into clinical trial present in the platform. For example, patients organization, clinicians, other healthcare professionals, but also national authorities and ethics committees. The majority of the comments were related to the governance and objective of the multi-stakeholder of the platform, with an important attention on innovative technology, digital health, rare diseases, specific pathological condition, and so on. The other two groups were related to the appreciation of the initiative, and so we see that many appreciated the initiative of the establishment of the multi-stakeholder platform, and some criticisms as well. Next slide, please. This is the last question of the survey, and in this question we wanted to collect the expression of interest in being part of the multi-stakeholder platform. We can see here in the graph in the left that the majority of the respondents are willing to be part of the multi-stakeholder platform, and we also divided the responses based on the affiliation group, showing that all the stakeholders that responded to the survey are actually willing to be part of the multi-stakeholder platform. This was my last slide. Next slide, please. So if you have any question, I'm happy to address them. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Giacomo. So the listening started through a survey and comes alive hopefully today and tomorrow in person. So thanks very much for summarising as a starter. I hand over to Bjorn to introduce the panel discussion.
Yeah, I'm happy to introduce the next part of this, and it's the panel discussion. And we will introduce our selected panelists. And the question to you is, from your stakeholder group perspective, what needs to be put in place to create an invigorated clinical trials environment? And you can use the QR code at the Slido to answer. And then I introduce the panelists. And I start with Julian Isla from the European Dravet Syndrome Federation. He is a patient and consumer representative. And then Sara Badre, European Hematology Association, HCP representative. Lucia Dapote, FPA, industry representative. Zubin Thacker, ACRO, CRO representative. Stefan Gold, Charité Universitätsmedizin Berlin, academia representative, and Vasi Morty from WHO. So very welcome to this workshop.
Brilliant. Can I just remind the panelists, we've got a maximum of 5 minutes for each of the views, just so that we have some discussion time afterwards. For people in WebEx, as well as popping questions, also use the Slido at any stage during the panel presentation and give your views on the question that's put in Slido. You can scan the QR code. It should come up on your, if you use the phone, the camera element in your smartphone. So we go straight over to Julian, or Julian, I should say. Yeah. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to the workshop. I have 2 simple ideas. First of all, I have to declare a conflict of interest because I'm interested on data. in my professional work, I am a software engineer, so my brain is really where thinking on data all the time. And this is something I'm missing from medicine and from regulatory science, right? I can recognize that the EMA is making big progress on this direction, creating the big data effort and creating all the activities. And definitely, I guess this is the right direction. But my two ideas for this small intervention in less than 5 minutes is one concept, which is the feedback loop. Another is the importance of sharing data after the clinical trial. Next slide, please. The feedback loop. My son participated in one clinical study and one clinical trial. And, in the way the data was captured during these couple of studies, there is a lot of improvement. For example, the condition of my son has seizures. So every day I have to call a phone number and wait for a recording of 5 minutes describing all the type of seizures possible in the world. and I have to wait until the end and say, no seizures. This is not really patient-centric. So the point and my first message is about the feedback loop. The feedback loop is a very interesting concept, which is learn about every step you are making. And from my point of view, the design of the clinical trials has to implement that concept, right? We have a good opportunity during protocol assistance and scientific advice at the EMA. And definitely, this is probably one of the tools that we have to leverage in the future regulation. Next slide, please. And for me, this is the most important one. If we are looking for innovation in Europe, if we want to make sure Europe is the place to go when you want to run a clinical trial, we have to make sure the data is available to the industry. Because if the data is not available to the industry will go to other countries. So from my point of view, the most important thing is that we have to make sure the data collected during the clinical trial is shared by default, especially with the patient. Because as I said, my son was involved in a clinical trial, clinical study. I don't have any data. And I have to repeat the same information I introduced into the tool for the first study into the second one. And the information was the same. It doesn't make sense, right? I guess we as a community of patients, sponsors, industry, academia, and doctors, we have to work together on this direction and make sure the data is available. And thank you very much.
Thanks very much indeed, Julian. And you beautifully kept within your time limits, sir. So thank you for that. Should we go straight to Sadra Badrab from the European Haematology Association? Over to you, please.
Thank you. You can go straight to the next slide, please. Yes, so the question was, what do we need to make sure that clinical trial environments are invigorated? And I will try to keep my time because a lot, I think, can be said here. So from the healthcare professionals' point of view, we will, of course, start with the safety reporting to make sure that we have a stronger, better clinical trials environment. We need to make sure that we reduce bureaucracy that exists today. One way of doing that would be to harmonize and simplify the submission of adverse events by making sure that we have one single harmonized investigator-friendly platform. So as you know, the CTIS that we spoke about today is for sponsors and making sure that the document and workflow is enhanced for sponsors. But between the investigator and sponsors, there is no such platform. And there's different web-based systems for the investigators that they have to use to make sure that they can really get the information from the safety reporting. And a lot of the notifications that they get as investigators is not really related to the safety reporting. It's about password changes. It's about something else popping up. It's about the safety reporting not being about serious adverse events, but about any adverse events, such as a patient sneezing in a clinical trial that they need to report. So we want to make sure that we reduce the bureaucracy with the safety reporting. And one way of doing so could also be to make use of the protocol when you develop it. So in the clinical trial regulation, I've added the quotes here from the CTR. I will not read them, you can read them, but there is ways of how you can develop the protocol between investigator and sponsors to actually reduce excessive reporting. But because of the lack of understanding of the CTR and because of lack of educating people that needs to know about the CTR, this is not really being used. So one way would actually be to maybe have some education on the CTR, maybe webinars or some for sponsors, for investigators, for everyone actually conducting clinical trials. The second point goes in line with what we heard from Julian here. It is about informed consent. It is about thinking about our patients and making things patient-centric. So today, the informed consents are very long. They are usually very legal terminology, and the actual clinical trial information is very scientifically described. It's not very much in layperson language. So one thing that we think would be a good way to invigorate clinical trials environment would be to reduce the informed consent forms and make sure that they are clear and concise, and that the patients actually understand the information provided to them and what they are giving consent to. The third and last point is, of course, regarding regulatory guidelines. We have a lot of them coming up and being developed and has been developed. And it's important to make sure that the regulations that we have and that are in place are aligned between the different areas. So we have for AI, we have for the IVD, we have the CTR, and sometimes they do not align, which can lead to, for example, with IVD, tests that might be needed in clinical trials for precision medicine in hematology, for example, might not be available as easily because it doesn't really align with the CTR in some matters. And we need to make sure that they also are clear and concise, consistent, proportionate, to avoid over-interpretation, which sometimes increase the administrative requirements when you don't understand them fully. And that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Very interesting. And then we move to Lucia, from FPA. Your stage is yours.
Yeah,
please.
Thank you very much. So to reply to your question about what is needed for an invigorated clinical trial environment, we believe that collaboration is a key word, but also key shared priorities. And I would add, this is resonating with a lot that you said in the introduction of the workshop, but I would add that because they are key shared priority, they require action pretty quickly. So we cannot wait for a long time. So in terms of the priorities that FPS identify, we would like to highlight some of the ones that we sent during the consultation. So on top of the CTR implementation, it is already clear to be a focus for 2023, and my colleagues will go more in detail in the next question about our ask. We want to highlight that priorities is the methodology guidance, with particular reference to complex clinical trial design. There is a Q&A, but we are looking forward to the methodological workshop. And again, we want to propose that under the RTU, some pilots are starting to have a more concrete dialogue on those. Also, qualification on novel methodology to receive multi-stakeholder input to ongoing procedure, And finally, in addition to scientific advice, pilots connected to CTA, and again, my colleagues will go deeper in the further sessions, we want to highlight a very critical issue that we have identified at the interface between the in vitro diagnostic regulation and the CTR. What we saw is a critical impact on clinical trial in Europe. We gathered data through surveys in FPI, and the data are publicly available, where we have hundreds of clinical trials with an IVD component and thousands of patients that are impacted with delays that are up to 9 months for those trials that cannot be initiated. So actually the IVDR has a good intent, like all the regulations. So there is a performance study authorization that is expected when there is the use of a diagnostic, and there is a process under the regulation for a coordinated assessment and for the performance study, so not the CTR part, the IVDR performance evaluation. So an opportunity under the IVDR to submit a study protocol using a UDAMET, so a coordinated process, and a more streamlined submission and assessment. But unfortunately, neither the coordinated process, nor the infrastructure, nor the necessary guidance are available at this moment. So this is causing, roadblocks in the preparation, submission, and assessment of the performance study for the IVDR that is causing this delay. So we have identified also solutions, and we have socialized those solutions with many stakeholders, regulators, European Commission, Medical Device Coordination Group, also the EMA, the HMA. All the stakeholders, they say, yes, we recognize this is a problem. We want to work with you on that. And actually, one of these solutions includes a voluntary coordination process at member state level for the authority of the IVD. Now, we learned on Friday last week that also the Medical Device Coordination Group is launching a dedicated project on the interface between the IVDR, also the medical device, and the CTR. We understand this will take some months and to be initiated, a landscape, etc. We call for a more urgent action. So our proposal actually is that we ask the IVDR-CTR interface to be clearly elevated as a priority as soon as possible under ATU in 2023. Also, we urge for a formation of ad hoc group under the multi-stakeholder platform, and we propose a more dedicated workshop to have a more in-depth discussion with all the stakeholders involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucia. A lot in one slide, but very clear. So thank you for that intervention. We now go to Zubin Taka from ACRO, a clinical research organization. Please, over to you, sir.
Thank you. That's great. I'll start off just as a quick introduction. So I represent ACRO. We're a group of organization representatives for the CRO industry in general. As an organization, we have a lot of experience running very large multinational trials for commercial and non-commercial organizations. The benefit of coming fourth in the line of such excellent panelists is that my slide looks a bit like plagiarism. It is largely just a nod to the fact that they have touched on some very key points. Thank you. So some of the themes that you'll see here, you'll have recognized from the previous conversations. The recommendations we have from a CRO perspective is increased predictability in the CETUS environment. Now, there are stakeholder groups that are looking at CETUS. This isn't a conversation about going into the details and the issues with CETUS, but it needs to be a priority area. In order for timelines on clinical trials to be met, it has to be deliverable. And currently, it's not just functionality within the system, but it's also the sequence and the coordination of the whole RFI process between the part 1, between the part 2, As Julian said it, there's a feedback loop that needs to be part of the discussion when RFIs come in. If part one causes a question for part two and vice versa, that needs to be coordinated better in order for the timelines overall for a startup to be met. System performance and functionalities, again, is an issue, and there's other stakeholder groups. But one of the key points we wanted to bring up is the enhancements that need to be brought in place, which may have been put on a backlog, need to be brought back up in the priority list. We would like to see pragmatism, and I was really pleased to hear the word pragmatism used so often in the introductory speeches. We would like to see true harmonization of submission requirements across member states, particularly for Part 2 submissions. Consistency in Part 2 submission documents and the lack thereof creates concerns for sponsors in order to meet them effectively. And in order for every deviation from requirement to be met, it creates an additional delay. Now, clinical trials is a story of 1,000 moving parts. If each of those 1,000 moving parts have another 1,000 moving parts, it becomes a lot more complicated to deliver. Another point which was brought up by my FPA colleague, the lack of harmonization between the CTR and IVDR is a real significant concern. The fact that the device component for IVDRs continues to remain a national competence until that has a clear interface with CTR, we will not see a large movement in overall timelines for clinical trials in Europe. So I'll pause here and hand over, but that's it from an ACRO perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Subin. Important questions raised, and we will discuss them further. Now move to Stefan Gold. Please, Stefan, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to present here and representing academia. And I think what was already clear from the last couple of presentations is that all the stakeholders essentially have the same goal, that we want high quality clinical trials that provide informative, reliable, and actionable answers to clinically important questions. And I think as an academic, I think it's important that we make sure that these trials are made easier and less burdensome to conduct. But from my perspective, I think this has to be true for all areas of medicine and all types of interventions. So some of these things have to go beyond how we look at individual trials and have to be more on a systemic level. And for example, the area that I come from, mental health, we have a lot of different health care interventions that we use that might be very different. So some are commercial, some are non-commercial, some are behavioral, some are pharmacological. So in order to facilitate these informative trials in all of these areas, I think it's important to put actions into place on a systemic level that would benefit all these different types and not just the way that we regulate individual trials. And I just want to make 4 short points. I think the first 2 are fairly obvious and also have been already mentioned by the other panelists, that it's important to prioritize good trial design. And we've seen that during the pandemic, that not all trials that are conducted are informative because they fail to recruit to target, they're too small, or they have design flaws. And also the idea of proportionality and reducing burden and bureaucracy, which means that the guidance for clinical trials should be principle-based and not process-based, so that we actually focus on the areas that matter for the quality of the answer that the trials perform, and not so much on the process of how exactly we document certain things. But the 2 final points I want to make, and I think this is really looking at it from the perspective of the institutions that help conduct these trials, is that I think it's important that we increasingly integrate conducting clinical trials with clinical practice. And from academia, what we often hear is that it's too burdensome or too time-consuming to participate and contribute to clinical trials, which takes away time from clinical care. And I think that is a misconception, or maybe a consequence of some of these things that are in place that we should try to address jointly. And I think some of it is that the additional effort that's required to participate in a clinical trial should be proportionate to what that trial is about, above and beyond what's involved in clinical care. And I think there's 2 points that we have to put in place for this. One is a fit-for-purpose infrastructure, so we have to identify and address systemic barriers. Why is it so difficult to participate in these clinical trials, both for the investigator, but also for the potential participant? I think because the burden is on both of them, and that we need to invest into a permanent infrastructure for running clinical trials that goes beyond individual trials. So we don't set them up for each trial individually, but that we have sort of an experience and an infrastructure in the clinical centers for running clinical trials per se. So we invest in the infrastructure and also invest in the training of the people that are conducting and participating in the trials. And then I think finally, what we call maintain and improve the infrastructure through useful practice. And I think for that, it's important to have these multinational trials funded by public funders, for example, in areas of common health concerns, cardiovascular disease, cancer, mental health. So in order to gain this momentum and this experience in these clinical centers of running clinical trials, which would then, first of all, provide good evidence for these trials that we're running, but it will also have secondary effects on this infrastructure for having this experience, and actually making it easier to then also run commercial trials and all other kinds of trials in this environment. And those are the points I wanted to make from academia, and I'll hand over to Vasi.
Thanks very much. So Vasi Morty, WHO, go global, sir, go global.
Thank you. So thank you to EMA for inviting WHO. I'm here representing WHO in my role coordinating our response to the clinical trial resolution that was passed in May of 2022. So for those of you who don't know, that's a major development at WHO. It's a resolution adopted by our 195 member states, which acknowledges the role of regional organizations and places clinical trials very centrally in decision-making, and really calls already, before any further actions from WHO Secretariat, to governments and all relevant agencies within governments to ensure that we can focus resources on the key aspects that are needed from a scientific and ethical perspective to ensure that clinical trials are well designed and well implemented. And so in a lot of ways, it mirrors quite closely this ACT-EU initiative, but from the global perspective. And perhaps from, just to be clear, that our scope is not at all focused on, it includes, but is not only focused on medicinal products. And clearly there are major roles for interventional trials with interventions that are not medicinal products and not submitted to any medical product regulatory authorities. That's a really important point. There are cluster randomized trials that are identifying bundles of interventions that is going to save millions of lives around the world. But of course, the medicinal product aspect is one important part. So in answer to your question, the first point I would say is that the fact that ACT-EU has been set up is itself, I think, a really important step. My number one point would be in what is missing is that what we have seen quite clearly is there is too much complexity in the system, and the lessons learned from COVID, where we now have over 20,000 COVID-19 clinical trials in ICTRP, our global collation of all of the registries that meet our quality standards, including EU CTR and clinicaltrials.gov. Of those, it's generally accepted that over 90% were useless. And at the same time, there were a few absolutely critical trials, which it generally took far too long to do, or they weren't able to complete. So lots of useless trials. The very useful trials, very difficult to get them done. So in that context, the number one issue is interagency prioritization and coordination. And so what ACT-EU is doing, we think, is really very important. I've just come back from Cape Town, where there's another, I think, related initiative that is being launched by the Africa CDC called Strengthening the African Clinical Trials Ecosystem. So there's a lot of parallels there. But we probably need more of these in every region. And from our perspective, that would include coordination between it seems that regulatory harmonization is actually very much needed, clearly, but is perhaps proceeding, and I said the same thing at DIA in Basel, more quickly than the harmonization and coordination between some of the other stakeholder groups, such as ethics committees. And so unless we have this interagency coordination, including all of the relevant stakeholders, the rate limiting step is going to be whichever group we don't have coordination between. So we need more forums such as this for people to come together and work together well. So again, congratulations on putting this together. The other point, this second point that I only have two, is around design. So we have seen quite clearly, and I'm really reflecting all of the inputs that we have received to our process for developing guidance on best practices for clinical trials, which is underway now. There's going to be a public consultation quite soon on the first draft. And what we can clearly see is that we all need to do more work on design. And guidance itself is not enough. So there's the review processes for the guidance documents underway, including ICH, which are very, very important, and clearly is the central guidance for medicinal product clinical data. But I would just point out that it really is interpretation of the guidance and the implementation of the guidance. And I think there's a real need for more training tools and harmonization of the training around the interpretation of whatever guidance that we develop. And that's training for those involved in design and implementation, but also those monitoring, so that we can ensure that these really critical trials that everybody agrees are needed can move forward as quickly as possible. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Vasi. So I think we have heard from our current panel. So now the fun starts, Bjorn, and we have to earn our supper, okay? Because we probably, wow, look, okay, people have been looking in Slido. Does it remain open, colleagues? It's still open if you want to put your thoughts in. It's a key word, essentially, on
harmonization.
Well, yes, harmonization, or even full harmonization. Transparency coming up strongly, data transparency, protection of commercial information, simplification, communication, a unified Europe for clinical trials, ethics, flexibility, coordination. My word. Okay. So I think, and if I just tell you what I picked up, because I put some keywords from all the panelists as you were going: feedback loop, sharing data, reduced bureaucracy, simplification, IVD, clinical trials regulation interface, CTIS improvement, member state harmonization, particularly part 2, good design, good design, good design, and then ethics, harmonization, collaboration were some of the key messages I picked out. Let's hear from the floor, Bjorn. Let's see what others have got to say.
Yeah, and I want to add that when it comes to simplification, we are talking about being more user-friendly, and we are improving the system. As you know, the challenges with CTIS, we are prioritizing from the member states' view and from EMA, from the EMA side, really to improve the system to be much more user-friendly, of course. But this is a high priority in the work, and I think we have to work together with that. And when it comes to harmonization, it's not the same as centralization, because I think we need all 27 member states working on the same paradigm. Sometimes you interchange the words, but I think it's different. So yes, let's go further. Any comments?
So why don't we start in the room? I won't be able to say all of your names as you put your hand up. Please go ahead and start the debate.
Hello, I hope you can hear me well. My name is Christine Meyer-Nicolai. I work for Merck in Darmstadt, Germany, but I'm representing Transcelerate today. And for those of you who do not know Transcelerate, I'd like to put a plug in also for operational solutions. So Transcelerate is a collaborative global consortium, and the EMA knows Transcelerate very well, but maybe not other stakeholders here. And this consortium is offering operational solutions that help share knowledge to accelerate how research becomes life-saving healthcare. And we're a not-for-profit organization, and the work is enabled by R&D experts who come from leading sponsor member companies. And these experts know the challenges in new therapy development. So their insights allow Transcelerate to deliver practical solutions for real issues that everyone can adopt, because those solutions are on the Transcelerate website. And we are eager to support, of course, the ACT EU initiative. That's why we're here today, with solutions that offer, on an operational level, opportunities for everyone. And it's really in the work plan topic 8 on methodologies and the goals related to development of a guidance roadmap and the subsequent guidances, where we see an opportunity for collaboration, the word that was also used a lot so far, because Transcelerate can bring tools and case studies our experts have created in the areas of patient centricity, modernizing clinical trials, and enabling the flow of data in clinical research. So please help us get these practical examples to the ACT-EU work streams that I'm sure will come out of today's discussion. And overall, we're happy then to collaborate further. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. That's like an extra panelist, so prize of the day. Lada, did I see your hand up? No. Please, sir. I can't see your name badge, but please go ahead.
Mark Turner, representing Connect for Children's Stichting. We are the Pan-European Paediatric Clinical Research Network and embody most of what's been talked about in terms of clinical trial infrastructures, at least for children. So we have developed a scheme to support academic sponsors conduct large multinational trials, and we support industry and CROs to do that as well. We do that through a system of sites that are coordinated nationally to overcome language and cultural barriers, supplemented by an advice service together with education and data standards, but putting children and young people at the heart of what we do. We hope this can be a model for other communities, and I know that quite a few other communities have something similar, and so part of this is about using existing strengths and mapping that very nicely so that people aren't trying to reinvent everything. One of our lessons is that harmonization is not free and does take considerable resource, particularly for well-established systems. When there's a legacy system, it takes much more effort to harmonize with it than if you've got a completely blank page. So I've heard lots of good intentions, but I'm hearing a lot of time, a lot of communication, as Dr. Cook said, about looking at assumptions, about looking at practicalities, terminologies. That is not free. That takes a vast amount of time and energy. And our second point about infrastructure would be that most of the European schemes for setting up infrastructure set up the infrastructure and then leave it to fend for itself. And it's certainly in the world of pharmacy and pharmaceutical devices, the fully loaded costings that companies are able to pay will never cover the cost of infrastructures. So somebody has to pay the remaining 30, 50% that companies just cannot pay, because we cannot account for all the evidence that has to be brought together at national level to maintain the infrastructures. So if people mean infrastructures, they also mean residual support. And I think building on what a colleague from Charité said, that all of that needs support from sites, it needs support from somebody in the country. Otherwise, you can set it up and then it will fail unless that is sustained. Thank you.
So Mark, I find that a very impactful intervention. And I would forgive you if you make the same or a similar intervention tomorrow when we talk about support for non-commercial sponsors on academic clinical trials. So build on what's already being done, map existing initiatives, understand that harmonization and requires funding, make sure infrastructure is sustainable, I took from what you're saying. Let's come back to this particularly tomorrow when we talk about academic clinical trials. Other interventions in the room? I'm not seeing any other hands at the moment. Anna Thanaletti, you are the monitor of the chat box. Anything coming in remotely?
Actually, I would. Thank you, Peter. Actually, I would like to highlight a comment that's come in from Russell Wheeler from Eurodis, and it's about a little bit about the vision that we were talking about at the beginning. He says it's funny listening to the different stakeholder views. It sometimes seems that we're all trying to achieve something different from this exercise, but it doesn't have to be this way, and indeed shouldn't be this way. We all want the same thing: better, faster trials that serve the patient need. As for bigger, if needed, then by all means, but not sure this is a goal in itself.
That's a lovely intervention, and people can take the mic in WebEx, correct? Is that in WebEx, Anna? Is Russell in WebEx? Russell, feel free to take the mic. Because the issue about bigger has come up a few times, and some people are uncomfortable with the word bigger, and some people are evangelical about the word bigger. And I think we need to understand that 10 patients is better than 5 patients. And I say that because, Russell, you're coming from Euroordis, which is about rare diseases. So bigger in terms of tens of thousands of patients isn't what we're talking about. But even 10 is better than 5. And that would imply cross-border clinical trials, multinational clinical trials. So I think bigger is a relative concept. And I think certainly from where I sit, I want to hold on to it as a goal, even if it is a bit nuanced in certain circumstances. Russell, do you want to take the mic or are you happy with that level of discussion?
Well, just very quickly, can you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, with bigger, I would absolutely agree with you that 10 is better than 5, and bigger is a relative term by definition. I'm really just a little concerned that bigger could be taken to mean large-scale, massive trials, and I suspect with the tools we have today that the days of major, massive trials are perhaps over. And I do wonder, actually, the subtext here is we need to be clear what we're trying to achieve here. And yes, we want to encourage the pharmaceutical development in Europe as much as possible, but not necessarily through employment created through managing and processing clinical trials. That, to me, would be counterproductive, because bigger trials that are unnecessarily large actually will slow things down, not speed them up.
So I think the point is well taken, Russell, and I think your point that we need clinical trials that answer the question that they're designed to answer is the key point, isn't it? I saw a hand up and it's now gone down. Anna, guide me, please.
Inga Christopher Olsen from Oslo University.
Please go
Hospital.
ahead.
Yes, hello, everybody. I just want to make the point. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and nice to see you. It's only been 2 weeks since you were last almost in this room.
Yes, that's true. Nice to see you all again. So, and again, I guess I raised this point when I was here 2 weeks ago as well. But a very important thing is flexibility when in the regulatory environment, because as a designer, when we try to design trials, we really try to understand what is the best and fastest way to gain evidence. And the challenge with the framework today is that we are hampered by the framework to use the best and most appropriate design. And I think this is has something to do with the clinical trials regulation, but also on the CT system. So I really hope that that in order to achieve this goal of invigorated clinical trials environment, flexibility has to be a keyword. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And just to make the link, because not everybody will know that 2 weeks ago there was an expert meeting on clinical trials in public health emergencies, and Inga was one of the experts that had experience in that situation. Just before we come to you, Wolfgang, let's hear from Maria Beatriz Panico. Over to you, please.
Thank I wanted to highlight some points that are quite relevant to the clients I deal with at the moment. I'm providing regulatory and scientific advice mainly to small biotechs. And as you know, small biotechs have got lots of challenges, and for them, the lack of resources and the timing are crucial. So first of all, I support everything that has been said regarding the need to address coordinated assessment of medical devices and IVD used with medical purpose in clinical trials. But other aspects, if I may, that are quite important, particularly for small, medium enterprise, are the following. One is the access to timely and small bite-sized advice, because for a biotech, having to wait even months to receive advice could be the end of their project and the end of a trial that could deliver successful treatment for many patients. And in addition to that, we have already highlighted there is the complexity and the double efforts in order to deal with different regulators. It will be useful if we could discuss a way to make sure that relevant information can be shared in an appropriate manner with different stakeholders, and we have different responsibilities. And in addition, one of the items that I've seen discussed several times and not approached today is the concerning issue of the impossibility of submitting parallel substantial modification according to the current version of the clinical trial regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, very clear. Wolfgang, please.
Yeah, actually, I'm representing one of the representatives of ethics here, but in my heart, I'm a clinical trialist. And I read simplification and de-bureaucracy. And I would just draw your attention on a coalition of all major scientific and clinical societies in every field of medicine who is doing clinical trials. They have a website, and their organization is called Reducing Bureaucracy in Clinical Trials. If nobody from this coalition is here, I would suggest that ACT-EU involves them in the future.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the suggestion. We will do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you would like to cut and paste a web link in the chat, if you're linked into that would also be helpful. Sorry, Sarah.
Hi, Wolfgang. I'm actually leading the coordination of the Coalition for Reducing Bureaucracy in Clinical Trials. So hi, nice to meet you. So we are here.
Perfect, you're present. Rapid response, Wolfgang.
Please, louder.
Do you hear me? Yes. So I want to build on some of the points that were brought in, also on what Lucia already shared. I think what was brought on good design is key to the question on bigger. And we really like to think about smarter rather than bigger. So what's the question that we have? What is the data going to inform? What is the right design, statistically inform sample size? Do we have other data sources that we can complement the trial with? And what would be the right quality? So we're really excited about the E6 framework as well on proportionality. And then on infrastructure, the point on substantial modifications is a key one, especially when we go to complex clinical trials where we have many IMPs. So I want to really encourage that we change something there in line with what was shared online. And then I want to push the low interventional trial a bit farther. Can we actually make that work? Can we actually make that less bureaucratic? Can we bring trials with medicines that are already approved to have less review that is aligned with the safety and the efficacy that we already know on the medicine?
Very clear. Any last interventions? Because otherwise we'll take a 20-minute break for coffee. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Peter. My name is Martine Dillinger-Kremer, and I'm representing the European Zero Federation. I wish we all want to have more efficient studies, reduce the administrative burden, looked at the IVD, and we also should look at the strict timelines we have in CTIS. Emma said from the beginning that there are maximal timelines. We should try to see them as maximal timelines and not have them as strict timelines. And the CROs are happy to support that we progress in Europe. We need to make Europe attractive for clinical trials because clinical trials permit that patients are treated with innovative drugs and methods. Research really help us to progress and to evolve. And this is for the benefit of our patients to access innovative drugs and treatment for all patients, adult, but also pediatric patients. We need all to collaborate, and what we start here today is a wonderful start to collaborate, having regulators, academia, industry, ethics, and also the patient. So we are happy to have this meeting, and I want to thank that we start this excellent collaboration.
Thanks very much. We're going to take one more intervention, two more interventions. Then listen, there's going to be lots more open discussion, and you can be really cheeky and throw your point in at a later one. So I'm going to go to George Pentorodakis first, and then I'll come to you, sir. George.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, and congratulations for medical oncology. Our members are running trials for patients. So very briefly, I wanted to emphasize the importance of IVDR. We need an urgent solution to streamline the applications for performance studies for IVDs. Otherwise, trials may be delayed. Second, reducing bureaucracy. We fully endorse that. And finally, a very important priority action is about methodological guidance and innovation. So how do we generate evidence in a smart way? Cancers are going to break down to molecularly defined niches. They will all become rare cancers, in other words. How do we generate evidence with such small sample sizes? And how do we use surrogate endpoints? I think these are very important actions, and congratulations again.
Thanks very much, George. That was clear. Please, very last intervention before coffee. Over to you, sir.
Bertrand Fournier, working for Shionogi and representing UCOP. We are totally supporting everything that has been said so far, especially with regards to harmonization across countries. But I just would like to raise the attention of the Assembly on all the thousands of clinical trials that have to be switched to the clinical trial regulation right now. There are major concerns, and I'm representing small and mid-sized pharma companies. And again, we have ourselves hundreds, and we know that bigger pharmaceutical companies and bigger sponsors have thousands of trials to be switched to the CTR. The current framework makes it very difficult for us to switch our trials, with some major risks of having potentially sponsors closing sites in Europe to reopen some outside Europe. So I wanted to raise your awareness on this. It's very important we work on the future clinical trials, on those that are starting right now and for which CT applications have been submitted within the scope of the CTR, but it's critical that we take care of those clinical trials that are currently ongoing. Thank you for your attention.
Sounds like there's a lot of agreement in the room. Monique Al, CTCG Vice Chair. I see Marianne Lunza, CTCG Chair online. I know they're very on it. The CTIS team is very on it. Feel free to repeat your point if you want to when we come back after coffee, because we'll be discussing specifically the clinical trials regulation, and your point is about transition trials into the clinical trials regulation. I thought beyond that was rather interesting. I'm not going to repeat it all because we can do that at the end of the afternoon, but we heard sort of things that we were expecting and a few things maybe from a slightly different angle. So I think it shows the value of having people in person and hearing it directly from people rather than just survey results, which can sometimes be a bit dry. So for those that are on the WebEx or watching via the broadcast, we will restart exactly at 10 to 3 Central European time. For those that are in the room, there's coffee waiting outside. So have a good break. Thank you.
Very welcome back, everybody. And then we start session 2. And I will introduce to you the 2 new moderators. That it will be Stan van Belkom, and he's director of the Central Committee on Research Involving Human Subjects at CCMO in the Netherlands. And Harald Mische, he's Deputy Head of Unit of Medical Projects at DG Santé. So very welcome.
Floor is us. Thank you, Björn. So I'm very pleased to start the second session, which is going to focus on 3 topics: the CTR implementation, the ethics committees, and transparency. We'll have an introduction of a coffee break at 10 to 5, if everything goes well, for 30 minutes. And we'll close at 6:15, the 3 topics. So our first speaker, and let's just jump directly into the successful implementation of the CTR, is Christophe Sidion. He's a senior policy officer in our team. He's a biochemist and microbiologist. He has been dealing with environment, food, and health in DG Santé. He joined the Commission in 2004. And he is responsible for enforcement he's responsible for pharmaceuticals in the environment in our unit, and of course also for the implementation of the clinical trials regulation. Thank you, Christoph. Over to you.
Thank you, Harald, for this introduction, and thank you, Emma, for this workshop. So we can move to the first slide, please. Yes, thank you. And already to the next one. You saw, like me, that the first keyword that came out of this Slido was harmonization, or rather lack of harmonization. And this is the picture that we have today. You know, we moved from a directive to a regulation after what we call a co-decision procedure. You know, the Commission is making a proposal and the members of the European Parliament amend it, member states as well, and they agree and they adopt a regulation. And this agreement was the following one. Part one of the application for clinical trial well harmonized, and a second part with national specificity. The first part being the scientific part, the second part being the ethics part. So this is the situation we have to deal with. This is the legal framework we have to work with, and I will try to show you that within this legal framework we can do a lot of things. First of all, let's get rid of all the works that were on our shoulders when the regulation was adopted. The Commission was empowered to adopt delegated and implementing acts. The last one was adopted last year, which means that we have now free hands in order to work on other aspects of the implementation of the CTR. Looking at gaining in flexibility, for example. Another keyword that appeared in the slide. Next slide, please. So the day after the adoption of the regulation, we met with the member states in order to understand a bit better what we adopted. It's something to adopt a regulation. It is something else to apply it daily for the management of a clinical trial application. So in order to help with the common understanding of that legislation, we have developed this famous Q&A document, a document that is clarifying the procedures for applying the legislation. I will not use the word interpretation, which is the prerogative of the Court of Justice. We do not interpret the legislation. We apply the legislation. Together with member states, we find the best way to apply the new rules. And for that, we have a group. We have this CTAG group, this Clinical Trial Advisory group, which is helped also by an expert group. The only problem with that fantastic guidance document is that now, after years of work, hours of discussion, as Sandra said this morning, it reached now 150 pages. So it is a Bible for the member states in the agencies. I understand it is affordable maybe for a big industry, but it is embarrassing to go to an academic sponsor with such a document, you know, saying that it is a nice digest of our new legislation. We are aware of that, and member states reacted, by the way, and they developed a very nice document, a quick guide, which is a nice introduction to the CTR, and which is a bit less frightening than this Q&A document. Next slides, please. Now I will tell you how we elaborate this document, how we work daily with the implementation. Let's start with an issue. The issue appears daily for a sponsor who wants to apply for a clinical trial, because the regulation is new. So there are questions. The questions are answered by the national competent authorities when they can answer it. When the issue is bigger, then there may be need for discussion between the member states. And this is what they are doing into the CTCG, which is a group of the member states under the HMA. This group is working very hard on the implementation of the legislation. It is really the core group dealing with the legislation. They develop best practices with the process they agree about. They have a round table of assessors where they share their experience. And if there is an issue, if there's an issue regarding a solution to be provided and the compliance of this solution vis-à-vis the legislation, then we go to the CTAG, the Commission group, and we can amend the Q&A document that I mentioned. So you see that little problems can be solved at the local level, national level, and then more horizontal issues can be solved at the EU level, where the Commission is active. Next slides, please. Now I'm going to take a very concrete example, and we'll make a journey from the clinical trials regulation down to the CTIS, the button of CTIS with the function corresponding to that provision. The CTR provision, that's written in stone, we do not touch it. But we draft this Q&A document where we put meat on the bone of this provision. The example I have taken is the definition of what is a substantial modification. Substantial modification, that's any change of a clinical trials which is made after the notification of a decision. And that's the important words. A decision is referred to in, and you have a list of articles. So what you have to understand from this definition is that you can introduce such modification when a decision has been taken regarding the authorization of the clinical trial, the addition of a member state concerned, or a decision concerning a previous substantial modification. You need a decision taken before introducing a new change. But this decision, do you need it for the member states dealing with the substantial modification, or do you need it for all the member states concerned by the clinical trial? That's a question. This question, next slide, please, is answered in the Q&A. The conditions to introduce substantial modification, you have 15 pages of the Q&A dealing with that. The Q&A is not written in stone. We can change our mind. Mind have changed also. The day after the adoption of the legislation, we deal with a strange animal, we do not know really how that works, and we are prudent, very prudent. Now, after years of experience, we can be a bit more comfortable, let's say, and maybe introduce some flexibility. That's the idea. That's what we are ready to do now that we have free hands, as I said, regarding the end of the work related to the Delegated Act and Implementing Act. Next slide, please. We end up our journey. We started with the Bible, the CTR, the provision, then the Q&A, and then the button in CTIS. We are talking about substantial modification. The user sponsors, like member states, have to know what to do with CTIS. And EMA is organizing bite-sized talks, CTIS, how to submit a single trial substantial modification, that for the sponsors, and you've got a step-by-step guide for the member states for dealing with such substantial modification. Next slide. One important thing you have to keep in mind, it is that when we change our mind in the Q&A, we change what is written regarding the substantial modification, for example. We publish the revised Q&A on our website, we communicate that change, but that does not mean that CTIS is ready with the adaptation necessary to reflect what has been decided by the member states and the Commission. So there may be a certain delay before the change is operational. Next slide, please. So this is what I wanted to tell you about the implementation work as we see it on the side of the Commission, and I will finish with a couple of slides about the EU survey we have done regarding the implementation of that regulation. Next slide, please. Just to tell you that we were interested in the view of the stakeholder. We are talking here about an ACT-EU initiative. Sponsors, CTIS users were contacted and questioned about the new regulation, the way it is implemented, CTIS, the way it works, and 62 sponsors provided answers. That was in 2022. It shows difficulties with CTIS, but also with the CTR, the way it is applied by the member states. Next slide, please. The comments of the member states were screened. I will go quickly because I think I'm running out of time. So next slide, please. Solutions to the problem raised were developed by the responsible bodies. So if that was a problem with CTIS, EMA is in charge of CTIS. So up to EMA to correct the bug and develop new functionalities. The CTAG, the Commission group, revised guidance. For example, there was an introduction of a solution to deal with the very particular case of a sponsor who is dealing with an investigating medical product that is belonging to a third party with some quality documentation that should remain confidential. How to deal with such a case with CTIS. This is a solution that we have developed with member states, and they are now that are now reflected in the Q&A document and other document by CTCG. CTCG is also providing solutions to the problem raised. Next slide, please. We're going to repeat the exercise, so we'll see if we have made any progress. And one day we will do also the same, but with patient organization. We can play with the target. All this to tell you that we did not wait for the platform to look at the view of stakeholders, but this platform today is really a unique tool, and we are very happy to have you here today. But we rely on you, on your view, on your involvement and commitments to tell us what to do, which priority to set regarding the implementation of that tool, because I'm sure we can do a lot of things. Next slide, please. Yes. An open space. That is the word that Sandra used in her introduction to describe the CTR. It's not a rigid process, no. You have a couple of rules, yes. It is to ensure clinical trial patient safety, clinical trial participants safety. It is to ensure the robustness of data. It is lean meat, but provided compliance with these rules, you can invent what you want. And there are some evidence regarding the possibility to be creative with that framework. The guidance on clinical trial during COVID, the guidance on the articulation between the CTR and the IVDR, the guidance on complex trials, which offer flexibility for a complex trial, a platform trial. You can introduce either a single application with all the protocol, or simply a master protocol, and then each time you add an arm, you add a clinical trial application. So guidance is providing already some flexibility. And I will finish with the very last one, the decentralized element of clinical trials. That's a recommendation paper. Next slide, please, because it is a nice example of dissemination. Look at that. It was published in nothing but the Lancet, this recommendation paper. So it is a gold standard now that has been set regarding the dissemination of this guidance document. It's nice to produce a guidance. It's better if the guidance is reaching its audience. And I finish here. Next slide, yes, to confirm, yes, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Christophe, for this introduction. The implementation of a few years ago, the issues already surfaced from the survey, some of the actions already been taken there, and also the insight of new surveys to come to see if we have still problems to be solved in the coming years. I think one of the areas of the issues that came out of the first survey was the level of preparedness at the member states level. And I think the second speaker we have in this afternoon on the CTR implementation, Marianne Lunzer, will particularly go into the details of the implementation in the member states. So we are going to call Vienna, not for votes, but for a presentation. Marianne Lunzer is a medical doctor working with AGES, the competent authority in Austria. She has been working in the pharmacovigilance area for some time, and she is now already for a couple of years chair with previously in the CTFG and now in the CTCG. And Marianne will take us through member state support of the CTR implementation. Marianne, the floor is yours if you are there.
Thank you very much, Stan, and sorry for not being with you in person, but I will try my best to do it remotely. I would like to talk a bit about member state support to the clinical trials regulation implementation. Next slide, please. In order to do so, I would like to differentiate between the individual member states' activities and the cross-member state activities. So first, on the activities performed by the individual member states, all EU and EEA countries, already quite some time, member states have started with some activities, have increased their activities in certain aspects, and have picked up some of the activities only recently after coming into force of the clinical trial regulation. First of all, the most important initiative was a closer collaboration with ethics committees, being aware of the single decision needed when the clinical trial regulation is being applied. Then member states have started to clearly define their national requirements and have published them on their national websites. And they have also published a transparent freeze structure on the same website. Member states are giving responses to questions raised via the national contact points. They have also the option to raise those questions to CTCG via different channels if there is an impression that this is a question which is important for all of us and in order to align the responses. But there are many additional activities that member states are performing already now, probably with different intensity depending on the different member states. Some of the member states are giving very intensive support to academics, but you will hear more about this tomorrow. Some of the member states are focusing very much on the support of the sponsors in the CTIS training environment, playing through trial applications with them, explaining technical aspects that might not be very obvious at first glance. Some of the member states are already now giving pre-clinical trial application advice in order to help in preparing the submission package the sponsors are going to submit to CTIS due to the short timelines. Sponsors are very happy to receive support, I think, in order to meet those short timelines for the RFI responses. But there are a lot more activities going on, and not to forget, in addition to this, both national competent authorities and ethics committees are rather busy with assessing the assessment activities on the individual trial applications. Next slide, please. Now the cross member state activities, and this is mainly CTCG activity, currently focusing a lot on the change management in order to apply the CTR as streamlined as possible. First of all, member states, experts, and CTCG members and alternates are participating in all the ACT-EU initiatives. Not everyone in everything, but we have a good overview, and we are trying to inform each other also of the different activities in order to have a matrix overview, if I may say so. But now the core business of CTCG is the coordination across member states. And this is done, and Christoph already introduced the concept in his presentation. We are not only having plenary discussions on a monthly basis in the meantime, in order to keep up with the speed that is currently needed, where we are discussing and adopting both internal and external guidance documents. But in addition to this, we are offering weekly assessors roundtables on non-clinical, clinical quality aspects, and we have a dedicated ethics committee assessors roundtable on a monthly basis. So we are opening up to all NCA assessors colleagues and all the ethics committee colleagues to come together for discussion. We are also offering training on existing guidance documents. We are trying to identify within our discussions potential gaps and the need to update certain guidance documents. And we are discussing procedural, regulatory, and scientific questions in order to come to common conclusions and to a streamlined assessment activity across all member states. This is a member state-driven activity which is heavily supported by EMA colleagues who are organizing the meetings, take note of all the decisions taken. And the other way around, CTCG colleagues are trying to support EMA organized trainings. Only very recently, one training for transition trials. Based on the discussions and the identified gaps, CTCG is initiating projects where additional guidance documents are developed, projects for legal interplay between MDR, IVDR, CTR, and a project very close to my heart where I hope we can kick it off rather soon, is a collaboration between national competent authorities and ethics committees for the CTR implementation, and also simply to align our processes and our understanding of the clinical trial regulation and Q&A aspects. And this is something which hopefully brings us all closer together, and one aspect repeatedly raised in the two workshops that have already taken place to identify the important issues to be tackled in this project was a forum for ethics committees where they can discuss amongst themselves and where they chair those discussions and drive those discussions. Apart from this, CTCG is also participating in CITES prioritization exercises, and I think it was already mentioned repeatedly that we will need to improve the system here and there, change some of the rules here and there, but we need to be very aware of the fact that we went live with a minimum viable product, so we were aware that not all topics already addressed in the past have been implemented fully when we went live. So we have to be aware of the improvements from the past, weigh those against the problems that are raised by the current users within cities and against the change requests, if I may say so, that are raised based on the experience with the current use of the system. And in addition to this, CTCG is also trying to give coordinated responses to questions raised either directly to CTCG or via the national contact points and potentially escalated via the assessors roundtable. Next slide, please. And one specific aspect I would like to highlight due to its urgency, and the urgency comes from two aspects. One is the short time frame that remains for this activity, and the other one is the high number of clinical trials that are to be transitioned until the end of the transition period. We are talking about thousands of trials, and currently only very few trials have been transitioned so far. So based on this, we have created an internal guidance document for validators and assessors in order to streamline the process. We have agreed on shortened timelines for an administrative procedure, which is roughly 1 week for the assessment timeline. There is no way in a passive transition process. It has to be actively done within cities, and we have come to an agreement how to do it properly. I'm sure you're all aware of the CTFG guidance on transition trials. This will also be updated a bit, and we are going to publish the updated CTCG guidance document on transitioning trials early July on the HMA CTCG website. And we have realized that a few additional clarifications are still needed, and this also nicely fits to Christoph's presentation. We're going to update a few aspects where we were told that the additional clarification is needed. Next slide, please. And I will be fast on the rest of the slides. I just pick out a few important points on each of these.
That would be really nice, Marianne, because of the time.
Only one.
Yeah. Okay.
1 point per slide.
Okay.
So be aware that you have to consider the timelines for the procedure itself before when you are applying the transition for a transition of the trials. Then on the next slide. There is a long list of what should not be transitioned. Basically, we have a clear decision that only member states where active trial sites are existing should be transitioned. Next slide, please. In order to be transparent about the member states that are left behind, if I may say so, this information will be provided in Udrocity, which remains active. And also the sponsors can just make reference to the result reporting in cities. So by identifying the member states that have not received a transition application package, the reporting requirement will still be only in cities. This is one important question that has been repeatedly raised. Next slide, please. On the transition package, a few considerations, because I think there was also some unclarity about this. When you do an administrative transition, please just bring the old authorized documents to us. There is a definition for a minimum set of documents to be provided in the transition step. You have to be aware that transparency kicks in simply by CT's functionality. So if you don't have redacted documents, I think we can discuss if the documents can be a rather simple blank document perhaps, or a simple summary of what is not prepared to be published as it has been created under the directive. But this is still up to discussion. Please be aware that if you have performed a trial in multiple member states, this should be a unique submission to CITES, which requires harmonization or consolidation for the Part 1 documents. And one final question that was raised also is whether or not the consolidated protocol needs approval under the directive. And we can say no, you just compile the document, give it a version number, and in the cover letter, please clarify what is the authorized basis of this compiled document. And the template will also be published in early July. On the next slide, you see just a few screenshots from CITES, how to perform it technically. And I would like to combine it with a plea. All trials that are not expected to be ended by the 30th of January in 2025, please transition them as soon as possible, because there will be no legal ground for directive trials to continue after the 31st of January 2025. And there will be additional activities in early July, a CITES forum and a workshop. And I think we will be well prepared to manage all the transition by the end of the transition period. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Marianne, for this excellent presentation. I think what we have learned from the two presentations is really, that there is harmonization, that there is a framework in place, and now all the actors are taking the role that they have to take and work actually very closely together, the member states, EMA, and the European Commission, to find solutions to the problems which, of course, arise when a framework is put into place. And I think it was indeed a very, very interesting presentation from both of you. If we can please move to the question. So we now have a question from you, turning to you. How can your stakeholder group contribute to the successful implementation of the CTR, and what does success look like? So please go to the Slido and include your suggestions. And then we move directly to the panel here, because we are already quite advanced in the time. I would really ask you to be as concise as possible, and in any case not exceed 5 minutes, but ideally even be a little bit shorter. So our first panelist is Claudio Lorch. He's Associate Director, Regulatory Policy and Intelligence at AbbVie, and here a representative of FBI. Thank you, Claudio. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for preparing this platform. So I speak on behalf of FPR, and FPR represents the biopharmaceutical industry with many leading pharma companies and a growing number of SMEs in Europe, and as such represents a significant portion, I would say, of the clinical trial sponsors in the EU. FPR has been contributing by analyzing, commenting, advocating, and also partnering since the first draft of the CTR was published, maybe something like 10 years ago, and will, of course, contribute in the future. In this current intense phase of the CTR implementation and the transition, as we just heard, from the CTT to the CTR, FPR also contributed by identifying and communicating challenges that need to be addressed and resolved in order to make the implementation and the transition, which is an important part and element of the implementation, a success from our perspective. So on the slide, we have here selected 4 challenge areas, not really exhaustive, but important, that are highlighted because we think they need immediate and timely solutions. So the first one is clinical trial transition, as we just also heard from Marianne, where we think the process, but also the period, are currently one of the most urgent challenges with several factors that impact the successful transition. One example is the requirement to complete the transition procedure, plus the substantial modifications to complete the dossiers before the end of transition period. This and other delaying factors have been raising concerns with sponsor companies that we also heard in the previous panel, that not all clinical trials under the directive will be successfully transitioned within the transition period given. An inter-association letter has meanwhile been submitted to regulators and patient organizations that describes the challenges in greater detail and also proposes solutions we would consider helpful and appropriate. Another important challenge that is delaying the initial clinical trials is on member states' alignment or maybe misalignment on the Part 1 and Part 2 final assessments that require a substantial modification when the Part 2 assessment is closed before the Part 1 assessment. In that case, that Part 1 assessment requires a substantial change in Part 2. Another example for delaying clinical trials is the Article 6.7 of the CTR that allows member states for up to another 50 days to consult experts in case of not only ATMPs, that is well spelled out, but also, for instance, monoclonal antibodies that would need a better communication and predictability also with member states from our perspective. With the point streamlining and efficiencies, we refer to the need for an improved interplay with other regulations, as heard already this morning or earlier today, particularly the IVDR and also the GMO review, and also the possibility for parallel substantial modification submissions under certain circumstances that we would like to work together with regulators. On the further development and improvement of the CTIS functionality and maturity, we would like to mention as one example the CCI protection needed also for phase 1 pediatric trials, and as another example, the need for a permanent and simple solution for the management of the IMPTQ in co-sponsored and investigator-initiated trials. As said already, FPI will continue to support regulators in a cooperative manner to find solutions for the challenges identified and thus to keep the EU an attractive area for the conduct of clinical trials. And happy to have heard today that also we can count on colleagues from the Commission on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia, also for maintaining the time within the 5 minutes, I think. We quickly move over to the second panelist. Online, I think it's Derek Johnson representing ACRO. Derek, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And yeah, just aligned with what Claudio said as well. So I'm going to try and skip through and stick within 5 minutes. So yeah, our association includes the key clinical research organizations and technology companies involved in the delivery, design and delivery of clinical trials. So a bit like FPA members, we've been involved as a key stakeholder in CTIS development and the regulation kind of development over time as well for the last few years. We do think that it's important really that CTIS is successful to enable successful implementation of the CTR. I think it's going to be a key system. I'm not sure exactly what was discussed last week. You mentioned that there was a public health emergency topic that was raised and that this was part of, so I'd be interested to see some of the output from there. But ultimately, we need to make sure that from a EU attractivity perspective, CTIS is a critical element. So we need to make sure that it supports future improvements for evolution, certainly around decentralized elements of clinical trials, complex trials, advanced therapies, and we need to make sure they're going to be realized into clinical trial applications at some point. So we need to make sure that the system has the same flexibility as the regulation, so the functionalities and capacity to submit, assess, and approve those trials in line with or before, to Sandra's point earlier, before those timelines come up, and including those almost inevitable substantial amendments and potentially parallel substantial amendments as well. So yeah, to the timeline point, I think really at the moment, the way that things are set up, the system is set up, is increasing the burden on clinical trial submissions and approvals. It's likely that ongoing trials, and I know that I do appreciate the clarification that was received a short while ago on requirements for transition. I do think that many trials are going to be ended earlier than planned in order to avoid transition under the CTR. And we have recently aligned with FPA with regards to a letter submitted on the topic as well around transition. So hopefully that'll be kind of discussed later in some level as well. Also brought up has been the medical device and IVDR aspects as well. So potentially causing significant delays due to variation of national competencies. As mentioned in the WebEx earlier in the chat, the IVDR and streamlining submission of performance studies. It's going to be very important not to delay clinical trials. So that's something that also we need some more clarity and consistent interpretation of as well. And then harmonization. It's good that we've got this recommendations paper, and it really is a nice paper. It would be nice to have some more information within there to enable these decentralized elements of clinical trials to be realized more effectively, so we can modernize these clinical trials. It is an iterative document where we are expecting updates, and that really will be required in order to kind of help successfully implement the CTR to its potential within the EU member states. So clarification around things like remote healthcare providers and their utilization, whether contracted by sites or provided by the sponsor, things there, those kind of topics I think are the ones that we need to be raised, need clarification on, and will certainly help towards a successful environment. So that's it from me for now.
Thank you very much. Then over to you, Julian. Please also stick to the 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I will try to use the same concept of putting two ideas, because I understand this question like what patients can do. In the way I understand the question from the panel is what patients can do. The two ideas are prompts is the first one, because prompts are super critical when we are developing new drugs. My point is the source of the data for prompts is the patient. And click on next slide, please. The thing is that the patients will be recognized like the main source for prompts, because we know where the value is. At the end, it's about looking for value. And I guess the patients can play an important role to identify that value and make sure this value can be used for academia, for industry or physician in order to develop new drugs. And I guess we have to take that responsibility as patient organization, because it's our call to express what means for us and where the value is. But at the same time, we need some tools in order to do it. Capturing prompts for me is like capturing symptoms from physicians. The physicians have ontologies, they have standards, they have tools, we don't have anything as patients. And my call is that we have to provide these tools to the patients in order to do a consistent work. Because at the end, it's a repetitive message, but empower people or empower patients for me is empower patients with data. It's the same message that I expressed in the previous intervention. And the next one, next slide, please. The next one is super difficult when you are driving a patient organization. I founded the Dravet Syndrome Foundation, and one of our first projects was a patient registry. We failed with this. We helped other organizations to create patient registries. In some cases, we were successful. In other cases, we failed, because this is something we can't do alone. We are patients. In some cases, we are caregivers. We have to take care of our patients, and we have the responsibility of collecting data and know about databases and tools, systems. It's not fair. All the problems that you can see here, collecting data, are problems that patient organizations can hold. And we are asking for help on this direction because patient registries are needed. It's still an unsolved problem in Europe, I guess. I guess it's an opportunity for us to work together on this direction and make sure the patients has the right tools to collect the data that matters to them. Thank you.
With the previous speakers, we even left out the applause in terms of timing. But I think there is also applause for the previous speaker. But we move on quickly to the next panelist, Amélie Michon, representing ECRIN.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. We are really happy to be here today. So ECRIN mainly support academic multinational trials. So here I'm going to raise the voice of the academia. So the second part of the question what does success look like? So I decided to structure my presentation in two levels, I would say. So the first level is the short-term success. So how we see the short-term success. So for us would be the successful transition of all running clinical trial in CETIS. So I know that this is very optimistic, but this is the kickoff meeting of this platform. So let's be optimistic, I would say. I would just like to mention, as highlighted by colleagues and other speakers previously, that even for the academia, the transition of all the running trials is going to be a very high-level challenge. Especially in terms of human resources. This is highly demanding. It was not initially planned when they submitted the trial some years ago, so this is really a big challenge for them. They are going to face in the next coming months or years. The second success would be the reduction of the administrative burden introduced with the new system. So I'm not going to go into the details. I know that there are several working groups working on it and trying to improve the system. So just to mention it that this reduction of the burden would be, if the reduction, this is very important to have this reduction and this improvement as soon as possible, and especially for the academic teams, which have limited resources and would be really of great help for all of them. And then the second part would be on more long-term success. So I would like to mention here the adaptation of the system to master protocols and especially platform trials. So those type of new design are more and more common now. A lot of academic sponsors are now keen to use this kind of design. This has also been included in a funding call, but it's not implemented in the system. So there are somehow discrepancies between what is expected from the funders and then how to implement it in practice from the sponsor perspective. Second aspect that I wanted to mention today is the harmonization of ethical review. It has already been mentioned, so I'm not going to spend too much time. We are running out of time, but this would be very important for the academic sponsor to have somehow harmonized feedback and harmonized requests coming from the ethical committees. And last aspect that I wanted to mention is the low interventional trials that have been introduced with the new regulation. A lot of investigator-initiated trials are comparative effectiveness trial, repurposing drug, optimization of already marketed treatment. And at the moment doesn't completely fit with the definition of low intervention trial. So it would be, I think, one of the area of improvement and where we could work all together to improve that. And to finish, the first part of the question was how your group can contribute to the successful implementation of the new regulation. And I would just like to mention that one of the first multinational trial approved with the new regulation was with an academic sponsor, and one of the multinational trial one of the first that was transitioned to the CETIS was also coming from an academic sponsor. So I would say, despite the lack of human resources in academic sponsor, they are really keen to participate and to contribute to the implementation of the new regulation. And for sure, it will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelie. And the next one, the next panelist is Rosa Giuliani, a representative of the European Society for Medical Oncology, ESMO, and co-chair of EMA's Healthcare Professional Working Party. Please, Rosa.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So I do not have any slides. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to have some reflections. So the two questions is how your stakeholder groups, so healthcare professionals and learned society, can contribute to the successful implementation of the clinical trial regulation, and which are the metrics to measure success. So coming to the first point, I think that it's very important that there will be an active participation to the discussion. So this workshop is the beautiful example of how to start an inclusive discussion to ensure that the regulation, oppositely to what happened unfortunately in the past, will be evenly uptaken across all member states. So it's the concept of harmonization that we have already heard. To be sure that will not be overinterpreted if I just learn that interpretation is not the right word, but the concept, I'm sure that is pretty clear. So, and we need to remember actually that the point of the clinical trial regulation is to foster innovation, and to be sure that the clinical trials will answer clear questions, simple questions in a timely manner, with the ultimate goal to provide solution for patients. And so ESMO, as other society and as healthcare professionals, has developed material in order to empower the clinical community to participate in this discussion. But it's also another important responsibility of healthcare professionals is to highlight the importance of the interface of the clinical trial regulation with other very important piece of regulation. It has been mentioned a few times during past presentation, during the previous presentation, that the key interface with the in vitro diagnostic regulation and the potential disconnection that it's quite risky between the centralized pathway for drugs, for cancer medicine, for medicines in general, not only for cancer medicines, I'm biased of course, and the issue of the device that, for instance, it's in oncology, the area of the precision medicine is basically always accompanying the development of medicines. There is also another important regulation that interface, and I think has just been mentioned about interface with the clinical trial regulation, which is the general data protection regulation. And importantly, for instance, with the concept of the consent, the one-time consent, which is very well explicited, and ESMO has done quite a lot of work about it. It is explicited in the Article 28 of the clinical trial regulation, and is echoing, is linked to the recitals 33 and under 57 of the General Data Protection Regulation. But basically, we need to envision a way for the patients to provide the one-time consent. They can opt out, of course, whenever they want, in order to facilitate the access to data in the most appropriate way, in order to develop, for instance, biobanks and registries that are key to what we are discussing today. I know that we are discussing this development for the EU zone. This is, I'm very happy that we are doing that, but we need to take also into account and prepare about the fact that drug development is basically a global system, is a global issue. The other way when the healthcare professional and learned society, of course, may help in the implementation of the process is at the very beginning by designing clinical trials, being involved in all the regulatory procedures. There are already quite a lot involved. For instance, I'm thinking of the scientific advice that has been discussed and will be discussed further. And maybe there is a point in strengthening this collaboration with both healthcare professionals in general in learned society. What success look like? Well, first of all, access to trials. It has been already mentioned that in the EU zone, and this is a concept that unfortunately applies worldwide, access to trials is still in remit or one-digit figure or barely touching the double digit. And again, and I want to highlight that are usually only the usual suspect to run clinical trials, big cancer center and so on. And this is actually not doing a favor, not serving the purpose of clinical trials and innovation. That actually has to reach patients in suburban area, has to serve underserved categories. For instance, I'm thinking of elderly patients, just to quote one. We need to think of really implementing this concept of decentralization of clinical trials, because in the end, basically, and the last point, the last measure to the last metric to measure success will be, of course, to bring innovation and so meaningful option to patients that are in need. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Rosa, for your presentation without slides, but pretty clear, I think. I think now it's time to move, and we're looking a bit to the time because we're short on time. But I think we have some flexibility in the length of the coffee break. So we move over to the Slido. I think the things we see here, transition was also something that came up when we scribbled during the presentations. What are the important topics today? So transition is not a surprise, being together with simplification and less administrative burden being the two biggest items coming out of the question. What I really feel hearing the panelists and the presentation is that we are in the second round of challenges around the CTR implementation. I think we have taken a big hurdle this year, the biggest step, and now we are going to take the second round of challenges, which are in, I think, what we scribbled down, the relation with the ethics committees. We're pointing to that point directly after this topic. Harmonization, not only in part 2, but definitely also remaining issues in part 1. The transition files being, I think, extremely important to start the discussion. The interface between MDR, IVDR, and CTR, how are studies being dealt with where you have both a device, a medicinal product, and maybe a diagnostics. The importance of patient and patient participation, patient registries, I think where they will need the help of the regulators, and data protection being also an important issue. Harold, maybe a few questions from the audience here and from the virtual audience.
Yes, thank you. So would you have any question or any comment that you would like to make here in the audience? Yes, please.
Hi, this is Christine Meyer-Nicolai again from Transcelerate. I just wanted to support what Rosa said about decentralized trials as a priority, just to add this to the list, please. Thank you. It's also a priority for Transcelerate.
Thank you. Anybody else here in the audience? Anna, do we have?
We have a C stain on the WebEx. I can't read the full name, but there is a hand up. So if this person perhaps could raise their voice and turn on their camera.
Yes, stain, please.
I've asked this question in the chat already. So at the moment, we have a lot of technical problems with CTIS. When are those going to be fixed?
I think that this question will not get an answer from anybody from behind the table. We of course acknowledge that there are issues related with CTIS. At the same time, we're working hard. Maybe Peter can say something about it. And we have to look, I think, a bit into the future with regard to the development of the technical development of CTIS.
Yeah, maybe just a quick answer. So firstly, because EMA is responsible for the development and operation of CTIS, I think we need to acknowledge that it was a huge change. It's a very significant information management system. It's not just a registry of clinical trials, it's a whole workflow and workspace for sponsors and the authorities. and it's been quite challenging. It is already much, much better than it was in the summer of 2022. Let me give you some numbers to back that up. Last summer, most clinical trial applications required some kind of manual intervention, workaround, data fix to get through the workflow. Last month, in May 2023, it was only 10%. Now, 10% is probably 10% too many, but that's an awful lot better than nearly 100%. So it is month on month improving. We have a target for the end of September this year to have essentially almost no critical or major problems in the system. So we would then define, if we met that target, that the system is out of the hypercare, out of the intensive care unit, if you like, and then we can start looking on improvements and new functionalities and so on. So I just want to emphasise, firstly, to acknowledge the challenge that users have had. Secondly, to say it is getting better and we remain focused on it getting better. And I would hope by the end of the year we'll be focusing on new things rather than just fixing bugs. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a second question?
Yes, please do.
It sounds like, I mean, I like CTs, but I miss the opportunity to use the same system for non-drug trials. For example, if you do a surgical trial, wouldn't that be desirable?
Well, I guess we are all focused on right now on making the system run and function well, and then we can, consider whether we open it for other functionalities. Is there any other question?
We have two more questions.
Okay.
The first one from Caroline Correas from BMS, and the second one from Ashish Bagde.
Thank you very much. So not so much of a question, rather than some ideas and suggestions, just focusing on what hasn't been raised already by my colleagues from the industry. A focus, first of all, on advanced therapy medicinal products, and more specifically, genetically modified organisms. As you may know, there's parallel legislation that we need to apply in Europe that actually apply at national level for assessment of GMOs in parallel to clinical trial assessments. And an idea has started to circulate to maybe use one of the ActEU pilots to do a pilot focusing on the assessment of how these parallel submissions would work for GMOs, maybe in the same spirit as a VHP plus, as was done before the CTR was implemented. So first idea here, and just to show alignment with the general principles around flexibility. So an example here would be in a more flexible use of non-substantial modifications, or the Article 81.9 of the legislation, for some updates, instead of going through substantial modifications systematically when updates are needed. The idea of harmonization, ensuring that typically local languages are not necessary for all Part 1 documents. So if they're in Part 1, supposedly an English version for the purpose of assessment should be enough, and obviously local languages being provided afterwards for the actual use in the trial to allow for better time management. And finally, on the idea of simplification. So here again, especially thinking about complex trials and trials for ATMPs, where there's other legislations that have to be considered, trying to cross-refer to documents that have already been entered into CTs for other trials as much as possible, or in the case of platform trials, to really find easy ways to make links between documents so that we won't have to duplicate submissions and assessments on similar documents. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to intervene here.
Thank you very much, Caroline. We take this home as suggestions on the GMOs. I can just mention that there's also a change foreseen in the pharma review, so the procedures are supposed to be or envisaged to be simplified. And then maybe we move over to the next, Anna.
So the next question is from Ashish back there.
Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to ask this question. So, and also conducting this workshop. So my question is about the data standard. I heard that the EMI is also planning to work on and expecting the submission on the data standard. So my question is about what is the plan ahead? Are we going to give some time to provide some data standard submission to the sponsor and seek for the advice or lesson learned, and then give a deadline for them to provide the submission according to the way it is expected? And also, are we going to involve data standard in this ACT EU platform?
I'm going to have a go, although I've got a feeling that there may be other people in the room that will have greater expertise. But it's a very broad question, data standardization in clinical trials. And so I can interpret it in many different ways. Maybe just a few thoughts. Firstly, the European Medicines Agency and the European Regulatory Network are putting a lot of effort into ICH M11, which is the structured protocol, and including working on a data structure for electronic submission of protocols in the future. Obviously, that's medium to long term for implementation rather than short term. There's a lot of collaboration on CDISC and CDISC standards. And then in the area of raw data, so patient data, you'll know there's a pilot going on at EMA through the CHMP at the moment to see what the place and the processes should be for raw data analysis in the future. I don't know if I could maybe just open to see if any specific, the wording, the key words were data standards in clinical trials. I don't know if anybody else from the regulatory side would wish to add to that. I'm not seeing any hands go up. So I think, Ashish, there's a lot going on in this area, and watch this space.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Very exciting. Then as the last question, we go over to you, Mira.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Mira Zuidgeest, representative of academic sponsor UMC Utrecht, also heavily involved in the I My Child at Home project. And without already having the talk I wanted to have tomorrow during the third session, there's one question I wanted to ask based on all the excellent points I think have been made by the panelists. I think there really are opportunities in the CTR for academic sponsors, both regarding low intervention clinical trials, as has been mentioned already, and decentralization of clinical trials. But there are still quite some question marks as to what we are allowed to do and not do in which country under these options. And I see share experiences here in this active pool, and we try and share our experience, but I was really wondering, how can we share best practices and experiences on what has been allowed, for example, under the low intervention category in certain trials in certain countries with the broader stakeholder group as is here together today, so that we don't continue to reinvent the wheel and continue to try and see what can and cannot be done, and whether there's something in place for that already or something planned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mira. I think this is a very important point you made and a very interesting topic to see how can we learn from each other, and also how can we understand each other's world and learn from each other and improve from there. So I think it's something we should discuss, not today, but further on. How can we set up something, maybe in small focus groups or something, where we have this interaction, which is very important, I think, to further develop and to make it's still interesting in the EU to conduct clinical trials and be innovative. So thank you for this question. Very good.
Can I just compliment Monique's point? Mira, I think it's a really interesting intervention in the context of creating a multi-stakeholder platform. We're going to discuss tomorrow, before it's going to be the last main discussion on what might the platform be. But I take from yours, can we provide for, or not necessarily we, that implies that it's a gift from the regulators, but could we foster in some way platforms for sharing experience between sponsors, be they academic, be they commercial. And I think we should grasp that because I think it's an important point.
Thank you, Peter. Then over to you, Stan.
Yeah.
I think we move to the next session.
Yeah,
Can I stop you there? Just one sec. Marianne Lunzer has her hand up, so maybe she wants to add one last little comment here.
Not much to add. I was just about to intervene on this one. I really understand this as a very important topic for further discussions, and I'm very happy that I have good company in seeing things alike, not disregarding all the other points raised that we are taking note of. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Marianne. Without coffee, we immediately go to the second part of this session, being the role of the ethics committees in clinical trials. With the implementation of the CTR, we realized, I think, in each individual country that the scientific and medical review is coming closer to the ethical review of clinical trials, and we all find out that we have organized that differently in different countries. And I think this platform is perfectly well suited to see if we can bring that topic further. And that means, I think, closer together medical, scientific review and ethical review. And we have Helle Christiansen to introduce the topic to us. Helen is the head of the European affairs within the Danish National Center for Ethics. She's a master in molecular medicine. She has a PhD in regulatory science. And for the past couple of years, she has been very active in trying to get the MRECs in Europe in a framework and more together. Helle, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you for having me. I've been looking forward to doing this. As you say, I work in the Danish National Center for Ethics, which among others are functioning as a secretariat for the Danish Medical Research Ethics Committees. From now on, I will call them MRECs. So I'm not a committee member, but my main focus is on ensuring that the MRECs have the best condition for conducting their scientific and ethical review. And this has become even more important with the implementation of CTR. So that's why I'm here today. And the next 10 minutes, I will provide an overview of the role of the MRECs in the clinical trials, with a focus on how it has changed with the implementation of CTR. Okay, so the scientific and ethical review, next slide, sorry, and next slide. Sorry, kind of roll with me, sorry. Okay, so the scientific and ethical review of clinical trial in member states, you probably know, but it stands on two legs. It did before the CTR and it still does. As I have illustrated here, there is an independent review made by the national competent authorities and one by the MRECs. And especially the involvement of the ethics committees is ensured in CTR, where it states that ethical review shall be performed by an ethical committee. So in Denmark, next slide. So in Denmark, the scientific and ethical review by MRECs haven't actually changed much with the implementation of CTR. It is still built on the same ethical principles before the implementation, where it focuses on the rights, the safety, the dignity, and the well-being of the patients or the subjects, so to say, over all other interests. And of course, also that reliable and robust data can be generated. With that said, it's of course worth noticing that according to CTR, the ethical review by an ethics committee is still a national matter. The CTR actually states that it is to be performed under the accordance with the national law in member states concerned. However, of course, the CTR sets kind of a lower bar to many of the aspects that are evaluated that are reviewed by the MRECs, such as recruitment, informed consent, and arrangement for compensation, for example. Next slide. So what has really changed with the CTR is the introduction of this one-stop shop, which I'm not the first to highlight, I know. The submission of this one single clinical trial dossier divided into a part 1 and a part 2, and the single decision to be granted by the member state. That is the clear change for us. Providing a single decision demands a high level of collaboration with the NCAs, between the Danish NCAs and the MRECs. And in Denmark, this has actually provided sort of a basis for a restructure of our entire ethics committee system. And to go back to the division of the dossier in a part 1 and a part 2, this has introduced an option for the member state to actually sort of organize the participation by the MRECs, because according to the CTR, the MRECs may participate in part 1 and part 2 as appropriate by the member states. So lack of MREC participation in part 1 review would narrow down the scope of the ethics committees as compared to the former clinical trial directive. It would cause that the MRECs are not, as you see here, participating in the scientific evaluation, the evaluation of the scientific quality of a study, which would weaken the role of the ethics committee in the member states. As we've been talking a lot about at home, that poor scientific quality is also an ethical issue. However, to my knowledge, most member states so far have actually chosen that the ethics committees are participating in both part 1 and part 2. So next slide. Another important change with the CTR is the framework, as I've been trying to illustrate here, for this ethical review. Even though the ethical review is a national matter, CTR states that the member states shall ensure that timeline and procedures of this review by the MRECs are compatible with the timelines and procedures set out in CTR. So that means that all the procedures and the timeline suddenly have become a more or less EU matter and not as much a national matter as before. So the CTR dictates the content of the dossier, and it also tells how to submit the dossier and the format of the review and the timelines for this, both the feedback to sponsors, but also for the decisions themselves, the final decisions. So for the sake of harmonization, you can see there's still one icon that I hadn't really touched upon, is the best practice. So for sake of harmonization, the interpretation of CTR has been translated into best practice documents for certain issues. And such alignment is, of course, necessary to ensure the successful implementation of CTR, but it also kind of makes the space to maneuver smaller, as you probably know, for the member states. And we have seen that it makes some applications that were quite simple before, it makes them more complex now. Therefore, I would say that it is quite essential that to ensure that the MRECs are contributing actively in the interpretation of CTR and the alignment for these issues concerning the MRECs review. And if such a space is, if they're not kind of included, well, it makes the space to maneuver perhaps too small, creating an imbalance between the rejection and approvals based on perhaps things that wouldn't have to be an issue. Okay, next slide. So with the with the CTR, the MRECs are invited into the EU, but at the moment there's kind of no house built to focus discussion and an alignment of the review of the MRECs. There are, of course, groups where we can participate. We acknowledge that. But I also find sometimes the representation to be a bit scattered, and it's sometimes difficult for us to provide a true input. And that's why we're talking so much about building a house to make true alignment. So as you can see here, I try to show that there is, as also stated earlier today, a diverse structure between the ethics system in the MRECs, and it makes alignment difficult. So you can see that it kind of spans from regional organizational structure to a central MRECs, and then everything in between. And I think I just highlighted some, but I think there's many more structures out there. So that's why this, so the diverse structure will not change with CTR, because it's also a matter of national decisions. As long as you ensure that there are laypersons, necessary expertise available, and also that the reviewers are independent from sponsors, sites, and investigators, well, then you can build the ethics system that suits the best in the member states. So it will not change. So I think we should think about how can we then kind of make something that can adapt to that. And I'm a member of the CTCD Ethics Advisory Group, and we have suggested to establish an EU ethics platform with participation of an appropriate number of representatives from the MREC system in the member states. And they should have kind of a mandate to operate on behalf of this MREC system. So it's, so to say, take issues into this platform, but of course also take new knowledge back home to implement best practices. So the mandate of representatives have to go both ways, I would say. And I would say that this is quite essential in order to create an overview of the differences that we have, because we do have differences in the system, so creating an overview is essential. But also to discuss how to increase alignment and on the procedures, but eventually, hopefully, also on the review itself. And it could also be a platform where you could reach out to the ethics committee system, because I think that has been a bit difficult as well lately. So for example, a multi-stakeholder platform, as we are discussing here today, would benefit from such a platform in order to get a sort of a more coordinated EU voice. Next slide. So to sum up, with the implementation of the CTR, the MREC system still is built on the same principles as under the CTD. But we do have a new way of working that is challenging us. It demands increased collaboration between the MRECs and the NCAs, but it also demands increased collaboration between the MRECs in the EU. So if we want implementation of CTR to improve the EU clinical trial landscape, then it's essential, I would say, to establish somewhere where ethics can meet up to discuss alignment better. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Helle, for your very clear and excellent presentation. You said that ethics committees are mainly a national matter. Of course, from the perspective of the European Commission, it's only or almost only a national matter. But of course, we welcome any type of reflection on an ethics committee, and also, of course, we welcome anything that improves the coordination. And if asked, of course, we are ready to explore ways in which we can support this. With this being said, of course, we have heard a lot about the complexity, and the only thing that I would like to raise is, we should think how to best build on existing structures and make this type of work then as slim as possible. And with this, I would like to at least, I would like to move to the Slido, and there's a question for you. How can medical research ethics committees further contribute to maintaining the EU as an attractive and competitive region for conducting scientific and ethically sound clinical trials? Yes. So please try to upload the Slido and provide us your suggestions. And with this, I'm going to hand over to our first panelist, Wolfgang Berdl, Senior Professor of Medicine at University of Münster and chairperson of the ethics committees of Westfalen-Lippe and board member association of medical ethics committees in Germany. Over to you, Wolfgang.
Thank you very much. In addition, I'm a member of the CTCG Ethics Advisory Group. When that was started a couple of months ago, we met with, I think, 3 member states, and we very soon asked 2 questions. How can we help the implementation of the CTR, and are we representative for the EU at all? And that led to the idea, what Helle said, to found a common EU ethics platform. You see that in the middle here. Today, we have 16 member states with representatives present, and we invite further member states to join us. Optimally, there would be 2 per member state, 1 from the Secretariat and 1 from a committee, to include both views. That's very important. Now, what are the objectives of this common EU platform? There are 2, actually. Helle said that the member states in their ethical system work very differently. But let me ask you, do we really know how different that is? And we don't. So first thing is we want to learn. We want to learn what are the differences and what are the implications for difficulties in the CTR. If we have learned a bit more about that, we can help harmonize and align. We will not be able to completely achieve that, but we can help do that. The second objective is that we will build a coordinated EU voice. That could be a partner for EMRN, so for you sitting on the panel there. You can, of course, also talk with the different ethics systems in the member states and the national states. You can do that, but you can also, if this platform materializes, talk with us, and we try to give you a harmonized answer. That would be, I think, also very important if it comes to the point which is necessary to modify the CTR and to decomplify it. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce the second panelist, Michel Zwaan. He is the chair of the Dutch Association of MRECs, in which we as CCMO are cooperating, I think, much.
Thank you, Stan, for the kind introduction, and thank you for the invitation today. For a background, I'm a pediatric oncologist by training, and I've done a lot of international clinical research in Europe under CTD. So I'm very well aware of the non-harmonization that, let's say, existed before this. Currently in the Netherlands, we have a decentralized but integrated review system. As Stan already alluded to, we are, first of all, trying to harmonize our MRECs, but secondly, we try to redefine our collaboration with the competent authorities to build a new system. So this sounds very much like the experience that Helle was alluding to for the Danish experience. So we need to redefine this whole landscape. I do acknowledge that in the Netherlands, maybe sometimes because of the decentralized system, the regulatory assessments were, let's say, suboptimal. So this will require a lot of training and a lot of teaching to all the members of these ethics committees. And I think that's where probably the 2 worlds should come together from the competent authority aspects and the MRECs aspect. At the same time, I do think that we are very proud because we deliver a comprehensive, I think, integrated medical ethical review. And I think this is really important. So in the Netherlands, usually the assessment is done by physician scientists that actually work in the field. So they have the knowledge, they have done it themselves, they know how clinical trials work and where the pitfalls are. So they can also quickly assess a protocol for many of the aspects that are given on the slide and that I will not sum up here because everyone can read them. And I think it's also really important that we have ethicists in the medical ethics committee as one of the members. And I think they have a very important contribution in, let's say, a balanced and detailed review of any clinical trial. So I would really urge the committee to make sure that ethics and ethicists get a permanent position within the whole review framework. Having said that, in a broader sense, the ethics forum, but Helle already elucidated to that and the prior speaker as well, is not only needed, but I understand already in part established with representatives from each member state. I think if scientific advice is discussed, I know this is somewhere else on the agenda, but that this may also require MREC participation and ethical assessment, because I've at least in a couple of occasions noticed that scientific advice from, let's say, for instance, EMA is then difficult to translate because MRECs don't like it, or the way they don't like the advice, so there is a disconnect. So that I think that we can prevent that by making sure that this is integrated as well. Training and harmonization are really needed, and solving the interpretation differences as well. And as a trialist, we have a lot of issues with the current harmonization process under CTR, because there are so many differences in the CTD nation-approved trial protocols. To actually harmonize them is really difficult, and we run into a lot of issues. So this is clearly a point for the academic discussion tomorrow. And we are altogether a little bit afraid that innovation and this integrated assessment is lost in the process, and that it will become very administrative, that it will become too regulatory, and not enough, let's say, have not enough body for a true medical ethical review, which I think is actually the key of the whole process. So I'll stop there, and thank you for the potential to discuss this here.
Thank you. Our next panelist, Marianne Carson, Senior Advisor of the Norwegian and part of the Norwegian's ethical committees for clinical trials on medicinal products and medical devices. Marianne, over to you.
Thank you. So I'm here from the recently founded Norwegian Ethics Committees for Clinical Trials on Medicinal Products and Medical Devices. We were established within the regional system to meet these new regulations, not just CTR, but also MDR, IVDR, because we saw the challenges involved and that our regional system was not optimized towards these new systems. And I think the points I'll be mentioning today have already been covered in many senses, and it seems like we're basically in agreement. It seems, at least from most of the speakers in the room and from the questions. But I'd first like to start to just reiterate the importance of ethics committees. And we help ensure that there's a high quality, the trials performed and conducted in the member states are high quality. And this helps to maintain high public trust in research and helps ensure that trial participation from a patient perspective, from a participant perspective, is attractive. And that helps ensure that researchers and sponsors will be able to recruit relevant populations. And we see that with the recent pandemics, with the recent challenges, this is incredibly important. And also with the continued advances in scientific approaches, study designs and technologies, which is of course what we all want, and the exceptional circumstances posed by public health emergencies, which we don't want, but we'll likely see again, there are also some ethical challenges associated with this. And as ethics committees, we have a very important, a central role in ensuring that these challenges are addressed. And by that I mean within our countries, within our member states, but also crucially between member states and between national and European ethics committees, and also with our national competent authorities. And this means that we can ensure that ambitious, innovative trials can be run and are found to be welcome in Europe, even under difficult circumstances. And as has been mentioned several times now, under the CTR, we have increased opportunities to ensure harmonization wherever this is possible and to the extent that this is possible. And I think we would have to have another workshop entirely devoted to what degree you can harmonize, or even should you harmonize the ethical review process. But there are certainly opportunities and much untapped potential for collaboration and improved cooperation between member states' ethics committees. And obviously I cannot speak on behalf of all committees in Europe, but my experience from attending the various groups, these various meetings, is that there's a lot of support for this, because we're all sitting discussing the same issues, the same problems, and we're all really crucially looking for solutions. And as has been mentioned by my colleagues here, there's a lot of work already in place, already planned for in terms of facilitating this process, setting up new groups, new platforms. And I think this is incredibly important, and we from the Norwegian Ethics Committee side fully support this. Indeed that we have an active role in forums where regulation, procedures, and implementation and best practice are discussed, as Helen mentioned in her opening speech. And I just wanted to end on a point which Helen also mentioned, but I think we shouldn't forget this in this discussion, which is that as we move forward, hopefully, with optimized procedures for how we will all work under the CTR, we as ethics committees won't forget our key mandate, which is to ensure that the trials run within the EU also ensure that the rights, safety and dignity and well-being of subjects are protected, and these are prioritized over other interests. And this in turn, in my opinion, leads obviously to the next point of Article 3, where this is codified, that this generates reliable and robust data. And this is then not just great for participants, but also leads to great science and excellent trials. So thank you.
Our next panelist is Fiona Greenhawk, representing the patients and consumers. Fiona, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. I'm here today from the European AIDS Treatment Group, also known as the EATG. And I work specifically on treatment advocacy and have experience in community advisory boards, community advisory panels, groups. There's every type of combination there with the letters, but ultimately we're pushing for community involvement in all clinical research. So the main point that we wanted to get across today was around how ethics committees can support patients and community by ensuring and promoting and improving inclusion in clinical trials. So as it stands today, clinical trials are still not representative or inclusive of the populations that they should serve. For example, women, transgender people, people of colour, and people with certain conditions. For example, HIV. So when there is this exclusion, it means that there's a lack of safety and efficacy data for those groups of people. And that data needs to exist in order for trial results to be actually generalizable and to ensure that everyone will receive the benefits of such research. Ethics committees can have a role in this because they can uphold already existing ethical principles on inclusion. So those do already exist, but what we've found at EATG is that there's a lack of guidelines specifically actually on inclusion. For example, people living with HIV are excluded from clinical trials often without any scientific or biological reason. It's actually just by default. So we would like to see more specific guidelines to make sure that people living with HIV and people living with any conditions that are usually automatically excluded from clinical trials would actually be included. So a few ways that ethics committees can do this. Firstly, to always make sure that there's been meaningful engagement and inclusion of patients and different communities. So to make sure that either there's someone on the ethics committee from that kind of background, or make sure that a community advisory board or group has already reviewed a clinical protocol before it goes any further forward. And I think someone else had said earlier that needs to happen at the earliest stage possible. Ethics committees can also improve accessibility through a number of different ways when they're assessing different materials, such as in the protocol. So for exclusion criteria, is there a reason that that people have been excluded, or is it this should be looked at with scrutiny and shouldn't just be something that happens by default? For eligibility criteria and recruitment processes, ethics committees can make sure that they're that there's gender inclusive language and generally inclusive language to encourage more inclusivity there. In schedules of activities within the protocol, there should be assessment around whether there can be some sort of compensation for contraception, for childcare, obviously reimbursement for long distances that need to be travelled. So all of that can also be covered by ethics committees checking that. And I think it was Sarah who mentioned earlier about ICFs, informed consent forms. They're often not understandable, and there's ways that they can be much more accessible. Technical language to be translated, given examples, acronyms written out for full, for example. So ultimately, what we wanted to say today was that we need ethics committees to help us to ensure that there's real research and real trials that are actually for the real people and the people who are hopefully going to benefit from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Very clear. Our next panelist is Donald Lowe. He is Director of Medicines Development at the European Infrastructure for Translational Medicine and the Scientific Lead on the European Platform for Medicines Repurposing. Donald, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for letting us contribute to today's stakeholder forum. I'm wearing two hats, but I still only have one slide, and can keep it under five minutes, I think. Although I just wasted 30 seconds. So as a member of EATRIS, the European Infrastructure for Translational Medicine, which encompasses over 150 different academic centers across Europe and UK. I'd like to continue on the theme of the patient perspective that we like to, and we try our utmost to embed in all of our work. And so on the left hand of the slide, wanted to remind this group, remind us that there's a tremendous collective unmet need out there in medicine. There are at the latest count, something like 7,000 or 10,000 disorders with known molecular bases, but as of yet only around 500 approved treatments. So the vast majority of diseases remain untreated without treatments, and at the rate of, let's say, our current rate of 10 to 20 new treatments developed and approved each year, you can do the math, that would take centuries for us to get to the point where most diseases have treatments. So with my second hat on, that is of a program that we lead at EATRIS called Remedy for All, EC-funded program just started last year. That's the European Platform for Medicines Repurposing. Lotta has brought this up before, and if I may make a rather bold statement to say that the only way we're going to make a big dent, increase the number of diseases that may have treatments over the next 10 or 20 years, it would be a more focused efforts on medicines repurposing. So I'd like to use that perspective to really call on ethics committees, perhaps to take a more active role in helping us be more flexible and creative in the way that we can develop clinical trials for drug repurposing, particularly from the point of view of rare diseases. So in fact, most of the diseases, the vast majority of the diseases currently without treatment are rare diseases. Though collectively this represents something like 20 to 30% of the total burden of medical care and medical cost. And so in that context, how can we accelerate, become more flexible and agile in conducting, designing, and implementing new clinical trials? So I've just listed 5 out of many different considerations. Would love to get more in actively discussed. The first one I've listed is the randomized clinical trial. And rather than having that as a universal default, particularly in cases where there aren't very many patients available, or we're talking about a repurposed drug that also already has quite a bit of clinical data, do we always have to have a traditional style RCT? The second point on small patient populations, I'll join in on the debate that's gone on earlier today on whether bigger is better. You could almost say that maybe smaller is better. I agree. If you have 10 patients, then 10 is better than 5. But really, if there really are very few patients available to be included in a clinical study, how can we design the smallest clinical study from an ethical point of view? I think something that will come to be more and more of the design of new medicines over the next decades is the N of 1 kind of trial. That is a gene-targeted therapy, like an antisense oligo, that really may be relevant only to a single patient. And so they're small as 1, big as 1. And how can we become more scientifically and ethically clear and flexible and creative in designing N of 1 trials? I know I'm going long, so the next few points are very similar in the same vein. If there are historical controls, natural history studies, the critical role of registries has been brought up. How can we better use those in prospective clinical studies, especially again in terms of medicines repurposing and diseases where there are very few patients available. As part of this, continued access to drugs after a clinical trial remains a challenge in many cases. And finally, I'd like to just open perhaps a discussion on the use of animal models in non-clinical efficacy studies. Obviously, this has always been problematic, and with the continued exciting development in 2D and 3D models, particularly based on human cells, iPSCs, or even patient-derived cells, how can we have more ethical guidance on how we as scientists can utilize these human-based non-animal models to better support the design and rationale for clinical studies? So thanks very much. Pass on to the next panelist.
Thank you, Donald. We're now moving over to our last panelists, Rebecca Stanbrook, representing FPIA. This is virtual, I think.
I am indeed. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction, and many thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this multi-stakeholder kick-off workshop on behalf of FPIA. And my apologies for not being able to be there in person. I think actually a lot of this has already been said, but just to sort of sum up on behalf of FPIA. As we all know, ethical review is integral to the rights, dignity, safety and well-being of clinical trial participants. With the increasing complexity of trial designs, the role of the Ethics Committee in providing an opinion on clinical trials has become increasingly difficult, with more documentation to review. For instance, I remember the days when an informed consent was 4 pages. Yes, Monique, I can remember the days pre-clinical trial directive. Now we're perhaps looking at 30 pages or more. And of course, more innovations to understand their potential impact to the participant. So the requirements for the knowledge and of ethics committee members in terms of data privacy, use of digital health technologies, and the assessment of consent methods, to name just a few areas, is increasing as the clinical trial landscape continues to evolve. So in terms of the question on how medical research ethics committees can further contribute to maintaining the EU as an attractive and competitive region for conducting scientific and ethical sound trials, 3 areas spring to mind where ACT-EU multi-stakeholder workshop platform can help. So providing a space for discussions for sharing of best practices across ethics committees. So learning from one another. So I was very happy to hear about the EU ethics platform. I think that would be a fantastic development. Facilitating dialogue between ethics committees and health authorities to ensure optimal collaboration, thus ensuring no overlap in review aspects unless warranted. So pleased to hear sort of how the Danish model is working with that collaboration between the health authority and the ethics committees. And what about one standard across Europe? So are there different standards across the EU and EEA? There needs to be some harmonisation of these standards. We see variations inter-country and intra-country. How do we ensure that there's this harmonisation we seek? So facilitation of common standards would certainly help. And how can industry support? Well, we could provide training on these innovative approaches as they continue to evolve. You know, before the COVID pandemic, who would have considered some of the innovations that we see from these decentralized clinical trial elements, which are now more mainstream? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can see the results of our Slido. Yeah, harmonization is again a theme that is coming up. And I think, you know, we all acknowledge and realize and understand the particular importance of the work of the ethics committees and the enormous value that this brings for clinical trials. And I think when we speak about enhanced coordination, we actually envisage that this coordination will improve this work even further. And therefore help the ethics committees. Then I see other issues that are coming up or other suggestions. Flexibility. There's a lot of there doesn't seem to be such a consensus as before. So we see again alignment, open-mindedness to innovation. This is your point, Donald, on flexibility, obviously. That there should be an EU platform. It should be patient-centric. And take into account of innovation. The communication should play a role. Of course, we have just heard how communication can help in terms of industry supporting the ethics committees in terms of novel approaches. Okay, maybe we go over to the questions. Maybe you also have some points to add from your perspective, Stan.
Yeah, I think although we are approaching coffee time after quite a lengthy session, we still have some time for questions. Raj.
It's not a question, but if it's a comment, if it's okay. Wonderful discussion. I just wondered how many people in the room have heard of AVAREF. Is that something that people have heard of much? Okay, because really everybody should know about it. So I could maybe share some material because it's something, a lot of the discussions that were had about ethics coordination really are where we were 10 years ago in the African region. So I don't know if that sounds odd, but it honestly is very, very similar. And 10 years ago, there was a meeting that was held and the discussions essentially over the last 10 years have gone from we need greater regulatory harmonization, we need to also think about coordination with ethics committees, but push back because there needs to be independence of ethics committees and push back against the concept of harmonization for ethics committee approval, but then agreement that for priority international trials, particularly international trials, there is a prerogative to ensure that there is some facilitation of the approval measures. Let's take a 5-country trial. There's 5 national regulatory authorities. Let's say there are 15 ethics committees involved, 20 approval bodies. Where they've got to now in the African region is it's possible to make an application. The sponsor can make an application, and I'm sure some of the industry bodies here have been involved. It's not perfect, but what can then happen is that each of the individual approval bodies receives the protocol, etc., and they all have their independence in making authorization decisions for the clinical trial, but they all receive each other's questions, and there is a facilitated process for them to agree a single set of questions from the 20 regulatory and MRECs that go back to the sponsor. And what that allows for is for each individual body to retain its independence, but be aware of what the others are asking for. So it does allow for the avoidance of all the discussion about contradictory requests. I mean, sometimes it's appropriate for different ethics committees in different settings to make different decisions, but at least they should be aware of each other. So I just wanted to, and we helped to facilitate that, and that came from requests from countries. So it is possible to get to agreed timeframes for turnaround of even, with 20 approval bodies. And then finally, the other point is the comments from the lady that works for the AIDS group, I think. So in our public consultation that we held on the clinical trial resolution at WHO, 3 points that she made came out very, very strongly as areas where we need to do better in terms of clinical trial oversight and advancing community engagement, the consent process. How did we get to a point where it's seen to be normal to have a 30-page consent form, which is not comprehensible? And this is just another example where over time complexity increases, and it is not in the interest of the science or the ethical features of trials to have 30-page consent forms. So we need to do something about comprehensibility. And it also is related to trust in science. If people aren't really being properly informed in a comprehensible way. And then finally, the issue of, I'm going to stop, the diverse populations. This is another really big feedback that we received out of the 600 sets of inputs, is that generally speaking, at the global level, if you look at the populations that are enrolled in clinical trials, they are not representative of the populations that the interventions are intended for. And in the clinical trial resolution, there's adopted by all of the 195 member states, it very clearly highlights the fact that we need to do better in clinical trials in addressing the needs of underserved populations, including those that the representative mentioned. So just to say there was a lot of alignment there. Thank you.
Thank you for your observations, Fazé. Very important. And I have to say, I'm always struggling with this independence part. Because I'm coming from the marketing authorization and regulation, and there you also have committees that maintain their integrity, but more within a European system. So I don't know if there's anybody else who wants to reflect on this integrity and part of the ethics work. I see you.
Well, maybe I can make a comment. As I said, physician scientists are part of the MREC system in the Netherlands, and obviously this means they have potential conflicts of interest. Yeah. I think it's really important to document that, to be transparent about it. So each meeting starts actually with asking the question if anyone has a conflict of interest. So it's also a matter of documentation, and we decided to publish this also on the website, so it's visible for everyone, let's say, who wants to check if there are any conflicts of interest. But I think there's really a trade-off between independence and between really being able to quickly assess a protocol and understand its potential value or drawbacks. And you need a lot of knowledge to do that as well. And there needs to be some balance there. But I think that completely independence may be very difficult to get really good assessments.
Just a brief comment. This is an area to complement the CTR, because now we have this lottery system, you know. Before you went to the ethical board next door, and of course there were conflict of interest, and this is abolished. This is good.
I would like to mention that it is missing in the CETIS system and the option of an interaction between the various ethics committees. So for me, it would be desirable in a specific application to have an interaction with the ethics committees of the other countries.
Other questions online, Anna?
We have Rebecca Sambrook coming back with an intervention. Rebecca, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring us back to the point we were talking about in terms of diversity of participants in trials, and think about sort of that in terms of the GCP renovation that's still ongoing at the moment. Because obviously E8 we have out already, which is general considerations for clinical studies, which is talking about patient engagement with stakeholders early on, but also in terms of sort of the diversity aspect, E6R3, which is currently out for consultation, brings in that element of trying to bring the trials closer to the patient population representative of that disease. So just something to consider as well. Thanks.
Mark Turner, just coming back to your point about the autonomy or independence of ethics committees as institutions. For me, this has a parallel with some human rights issues, which are trade-offs. And I think many of the ethical issues can be trade-offs as well. And as a clinician, I see a trade-off between the danger that arises from ignorance because we don't do research and the autonomy of ethics committees. And sometimes the impact of autonomy of ethics committees is greater than it needs to be, because there are some big issues that need to be solved, irrespective of what appear to me to be relatively trivial discussions between Hungary and the Netherlands or whatever it is. And there are some patient needs around sort of critical illness or whatever it is, where the human need is so great that I've never been convinced about the local autonomy. Now, I'm not Scandinavian, where some people take things to a different extent than others, for example, but I wonder that that trade-off idea needs to come into this concept of autonomy of ethics committees.
Thank you. Monique?
Yeah. Only if there are no other questions from the audience of the panel. Okay, because then I get to...
A very short question. I'm chair of the Belgian Association of Research Ethics Committees, and we are a member of EUREC, so the European Network of Research Ethics Committees. And I didn't hear them mention today. I don't know if there will be a collaboration between the new platform and EUREC. I'm looking.
Very brief answer, there will be, and we already have regular meetings with the EUREC board.
Perfect, thank you.
And that's correct. But I just want to say something about the ethics forum. I think many points which are addressed today are really topics which should be discussed within an EU ethics forum. We have to exchange with ethics committees between the member states. And it was recognized by a number of representatives from ethics committees in, I say, 50, 60 member states currently. So from bottom up, there was an initiative, and it was under the collaboration already within the CTCD Ethics Advisory Board, to try to set up a platform like this, a forum like this. And I see it in the Slido, I see popping it up, and I see applause when people are mentioning this EU ethics forum. But we are working on it. But I don't know who said it this morning, but it takes a lot of resources to set an ethics forum up, but also to maintain it and to have this discussion among members, among ethics committees. So now I did get the impression a little bit during the discussion that people think there is an AU ethics forum where we come together all the time and discussing topics, but we are in a process of setting it up. And I just want to make a plea for support of these ethics committees by facilitating or funding or whatever to make it work. So sorry for saying so, but this is what I wanted to add on this discussion with the AU ethics forum. Okay.
I think it's time for coffee. So I think we have a coffee break till
20 past.
20 past. And we will be back for the last session of the day, I think.
So colleagues that are online, you might want to stay in the WebEx link and just leave it running. We'll be back and we'll start sharp at 20 past. Thank you.
So welcome back. I hope you had a good coffee break. Yes. Our next topic and discussion is on transparency of clinical trials. That is, of course, a very timely and important topic, transparency. So we have our speaker, Laura Pioppo from the EMA, who is going to introduce the topic. Laura qualified as a pharmacist and obtained a master's degree in pharmacovigilance before joining the EMA inspection department, where she was responsible for the coordination and follow-up of GCP and pharmacovigilance inspections. Since 2017, Laura has been working on the development of the clinical trials information system, defining and testing the system functionalities in collaboration with the member states and sponsors, product owners, and the European Commission, and is now leading one of the CITES work streams with focus on CTR implementation and transparency aspects. Laura, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harald, for the kind introduction, and good afternoon. So this presentation is on the transparency aspect of CITES, the Clinical Trial Information System. We can go to the next slide, please. So let's start from the legal basis. We have a public website, a public domain of CTIS, which includes the EU portal and the EU database foreseen in the regulation because of the requirements of the Article 81.4 of the CTR that requires the EU database to be publicly accessible. So the CTR requires high level of transparency, but at the same time recognize the need to protect personal data and commercially confidential information. So the functionalities that we have implemented in CTIS for the public portal are described in a document endorsed by the EMA Management Board in 2015. That is the Appendix on Disclosure Rules. And this document has been the basis for describing all the transparency and publication aspects of the clinical trial information system. So when we talk about transparencies, we always have to keep in mind protection of personal data and protection of CCI, commercially confidential information. So in order to achieve these requirements in the system, we have implemented functionalities that allow the users to provide a document version for publication and a corresponding version of the documents not to be published. So the document version for publication should be fully anonymized. It should not contain any personal data and should not contain commercially confidential information. The version not for publication is available to the regulatory authorities for their scientific and regulatory review, and is only displayed in the secure domain. In addition, to protect commercially confidential information, we have implemented in CTIS the deferral mechanism as it was described in the Appendix on Disclosure Rules. Next slide, please. So, as I said before, the Appendix on Disclosure is a document that is almost 8 years old. It was endorsed by the Management Board in 2015 and set the scene for the transparency rules. It's a very important document because it covers the principles on the modus operandi on how users can protect personal data in CCI and what should be identified as personal data in CCI, and it also covers the technical aspect on the system functionalities. But now, after 8 years, since this document was prepared and endorsed, and with experience of the use of the system, we have an opportunity, basically, to consider what is more impactful what really can make the difference in terms of publication. So we have an opportunity to consider the experience with almost 18 months of use of CTIS available since January 2022. We have to consider the close, what we have built working with the member states and the close collaboration in relation to transparency. Consider the best approach to support clinical research and what can make the difference in accessing clinical trials, and ensure and keep in mind what is more impactful for patients and the clinical researchers in the European Union. So with this in mind, we launch a public consultation on the 3rd of May, and the consultation is still open, is valid for 8 weeks, so will be available until the 28th of June to gather the feedback, the input from users of CTIS on the transparency aspect, with the key words in mind of simplifying the current rules, simplifying access to the information, and hear about the major obstacles and the feedback from the users in relation to the transparency part. Next one, please. Thank you. So the consultation on CTIS transparency rules, as I said, intends to collect the views from the system users and the stakeholders and stimulate discussion on the best possible approaches. So what we want really to achieve is to have a balanced approach between transparency and publication, but at the same time meeting the confidentiality requirements for personal data and for CCI. We also would like to simplify the modality of use of the system, and listening to the users' feedback via different consultation and open dialogue that we have with them, there is a clear need for simplification. I was mentioning before the implementation of the deferrals. The deferrals are described in the appendix on disclosure and is a mechanism that allows the sponsors to request the delay to publish key clinical trial information for a certain number of years. And deferrals since the implementation have proven to be rather complex from the technical standpoint. And currently in the EU public database, we are not publishing, because of the technical issues with the deferrals, any clinical trials with a deferral option selected. So we are only publishing trials that do not have any deferrals. So we have to listen to our stakeholders. As I said, the consultation is valid and is open until Wednesday next week. And then we will have to review the outcome of this consultation, and this will then translate to modification to the existing rules and an update of the system functionalities. As a result, the appendix on disclosure will be replaced by a new document that will be shorter and more concise, that will be basically a concept paper focusing on the technical aspect of CTIS. So the results of this consultation will be basically to produce a new document replacing the appendix on disclosure for the technical side. The next one, please. On the principles that are already described on the appendix on disclosure, we have, in the meantime, in the last few years now, produced other documentation, such as the Joint Controllership Arrangement, the JCA, which clearly specifies that all the users of cities are jointly responsible for the protection of personal data, each party for the documentation and the data that they provide. We have also produced an interim guidance with an annex on the specificity of protection of personal data and CCI, and an ACT-EU question and answer. We are also discussing with the colleagues at the agency on further expanding on an aspect that is really important, and is the overlap with Policy 70, or to better explain how these two initiatives on transparency have similar points and the differences. So the next slides, please, it covers exactly the main points on Policy 70 and CTIS, because both initiatives on transparencies are managed by the agency, let's say, and provide access, public access to clinical trial information. But we have to keep in mind that they have different legal framework, first of all, and a different scope. So with CITES, we published in the public website clinical trials data and document submitted to the member states concerned as part of a clinical trial application and during the trial life cycle, including summary of results and also clinical study report if this is applicable, only in case the results of the trial results are part of a marketing authorization procedure. Policy 70 is focused only on publication of clinical study reports in case they've been provided to the agency as part of a centralized marketing authorization procedure. In addition, as I said before, with the current rules in CTIS, CCI, so commercially confidential information, can be protected with reduction or deferrals, while with Policy 70 we only have the reduction, of course, and it is expected that during the trial life cycle, whatever is submitted to CITES and redacted will have a decreasing level of reduction during the development evolve of the product and the different trial phases. So the only point in common, let's say, the only document that will be applicable to both is really for the clinical study reports, and they have a similar milestone because it's always for publication when the marketing authorization procedure is completed. So on this, of course, we are working together with the colleagues at the agency to avoid overlap on the two initiatives, and further clarification on this will be provided via the means of Q&A. Have the last slide, please. Thank you. So just to summarize on the take-home messages, I think we have to consider that publication of clinical trials information is important for different reasons: to enable trust, to identify the right clinical development pathway, to avoid unnecessary duplication of trials, to ensure that patients have access to clinical trials information of their interest. So it's really important that key information on clinical trials is available in a timely manner, and probably not few years after the end of the trial in the EA has occurred. So we can act now to learn from the experience on what we have seen with 18 months use of CTIS and improve the process. And I would like to emphasize once again that the survey is open until 28th of June. You can access it from our corporate website under public consultation. Please take your chance to contribute to the revision of CITES transparency rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura, for explaining this complex matter and explaining also the evolution of those rules and this topic during the experience we have gained in the last couple of months. As we said, the survey is open till 28th of June. Still the chance to fill in the survey and influence the results of that survey. Thank you. Can we move to the Slido? Yeah, the Slido slide. Again, you can use the QR code to open the app and to answer the question, how to ensure that key clinical trial information is publicly available while achieving a balanced protection of sponsors' legitimate economic interest. And I think it is important that during the discussion we reflect on how the CTIS transparency rules can be simplified and what other measures can be taken that are urgently needed. So fill in the Slido, please, and then we will discuss the results of that at the end of the panel session. And we would like to start this panel session with Julie Holtzapel from FPIA. Is he already there?
Can I just ask Jeanette Soderberg to mute, please?
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. Hi, everyone. I'm Julie Holtzapel from AstraZeneca and representing FPIA in this discussion. Thank you for the opportunity to join this important discussion and talk about clinical trial transparency and the opportunities that it brings to improving public health. Transparency is very valuable, and should be focused on the types of transparency that create value for the public and bring improvements to health outcomes for people. I think one of the things that we need to realize with CTIS is that we're seeing great increases in the drive for the amount of transparency. And we need to be careful to understand that more transparency does not necessarily equate to better health outcomes. Most transparency experts believe that purposeful transparency is what's going to make a difference, and purposeful transparency that's consistent across all clinical trial sponsors. So we must really ensure that while transparency is required and regulated, it's not creating a barrier, creating limits for incentives and research in the EU. I think one of the topics that is potentially not openly discussed potentially enough is that everyone needs to be aware that there are discussions that look at potentially considering whether to run some trials that are smaller outside of Europe when transparency is not regulated for purposeful targeted outcomes and can be seen as limiting to sponsors for those early trials. If this were to happen, this could later lead to the need to potentially rerun trials in Europe for either diversity goals or regulations causing delays. And we definitely do not want to see that happen with the transparency goals and objectives. Another important consideration when we look at the approach to transparency for clinical research is that we need to ensure that the research integrity is there and that the clinical research completes safely, that assessments on safety and results are made looking at full data and not early data or interim data. And so we need to make sure that we have that integrity in research as the top priority over transparency. Transparency needs to come at the right time. Another key important aspect of this is the patient trust. Patient trust is obviously critical to clinical research, and we cannot, and it's been mentioned multiple times today, we can't afford patient data breaches in favor of transparency. So the resulting negative aspect of furthering research and moving better and faster and quicker would be very damaged if enrollment is a challenge. And so we need to ensure that whilst transparency is a priority, that we have patient privacy at the forefront. And I think that a key aspect of this is focusing on public disclosure of summary and aggregated data with controlled access to individual patient level data that supports targeted research and complies with GDPR. So we have opportunities and solutions out there that can be broadened and leveraged to achieve this. We need to be thoughtful in how we do this. I think that's it. I think the key message that we really need to look at with CTIS and transparency is making sure that we're prioritizing the aspects of transparency that really will drive better health outcomes. And I would like to say that the survey that is open that Laura just mentioned, I think is very much targeted at trying to understand that. And I applaud the discussion that we're having around figuring out where does transparency drive value and how do we focus on transparency that brings health outcome versus the idea of throwing everything in the kitchen sink into the public domain, which can backfire on the goals that are being shared here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. And we go to our second panelist, Zubin Taka, Director of Regulatory Affairs of IQVIA and representative of the Association of Clinical Research Organizations. Zubin, over to you.
Thank you. And again, just echoing some of the points that have been raised already, I think the key bits of the transparency discussion is the fact that the discussion is happening and that the surveys are going out for feedback, because the most important parameter is getting the balance right between transparency and what patients need and what they will benefit from. An earlier example this morning in a discussion was that of investigators who receive every AE, every SAE, and what that results in is a deluge of information. And how informative is that level of data? How supportive is that to a patient's needs? How supportive is that to a researcher's needs in terms of understanding the disease that's being investigated? So there needs to be a subjective understanding of patient needs and how much data they require. There needs to be a level of transparency that balances the need for confidentiality versus what the patient needs. And again, some of the items that have been included in the survey, not all of them here, for example, in the slide. I mean, some of them are quite subjective, but many of these items are documents that make potential sponsors of clinical trials nervous about conducting trials in the region. That level of nervousness is born of, again, so this is something new. They don't understand it. It's beyond the kind of transparency that's expected for the same clinical trial in other regions. So, you know, the need for ensuring that Europe is seen as an attractive destination needs to be balanced versus other regions because trials are global. And none of this is new. And some of them, in terms of the CTR, have expanded the level of information that's collected in CETAS, third-party contract details, the level of focused information which can be published, manufacturing details. Again, one of the survey questions that could have been asked is, you know, what do patients find informative? What do patients find useful to understanding their own disease progression and prognosis? They're very well informed. And does this level of transparency that CTR enables prove to be effective for managing patient outcomes? So it's great to have this dialogue, and it'll be really interesting to see what the outcome of the survey is. So that's it from ACRA's perspective. So thank you.
Thanks, Zubin. The next panelist is Diana Navarro. She represents academia. Diana.
Hello. I think Zubin has pretty much summarized a bit of what I was going to discuss. I work at a university hospital north of Barcelona, but today I also, like many of you, have two hats, and I'm representing the views of a network of research organizations in Spain. We are 50 centers that are all biomedical research centers and hospitals. And just to talk about from the type of patient we see in all our centers, right? And so we live in the era of information, right? And so it's not trivial to decide and discuss what level of transparency, confidentiality, and sponsor rights we need to achieve, right? And we are seeing patients that come very well informed, right? I mean, they have access to a lot of trial information, or they ask their doctors for a particular trial they've seen in the news, or they ask to be included. They make questions: why are you not offering me this? So we do focus groups to ask for different opinions of stakeholders, which was not done before. And there's the area of open science and open access. So they of course request for full transparency, but in line with what Zubin was saying, right? We've all seen, for instance, all the documentation for submitting a clinical trial. I mean, who really wants to read that? Well, but I mean, it's difficult to understand. It's a lot of paperwork. So I don't know what level of transparency needs to be. I mean, transparency for sure, but as Zubin was saying, what should be made public? It should be made public what helps public in general, patients, and scientific community advance science, and make sure that everybody has the opportunities to receive the best treatment for each of them. But other than that, it is difficult sometimes to see what can be done in that regard, right? For instance, also sometimes there's an overload of information because we all have access to videos and to journals and magazines and internet web pages. And so sometimes there's information that it's not completely accurate, and then there's misleading or misunderstanding because some of the information is difficult to be understood by laymen or people or even scientists, but from other fields. So the right balance or the trade-off needs to be addressed, right? And for instance, I think transparency also means communication and how we communicate, or it would help transparency to find a good way to communicate with each different stakeholders. And if each stakeholder has different needs, right? You address scientific community in a particular language and you address a patient organization in another one, for instance. So this would also help if we find the right platforms of communication, the right way to communicate. It would help to eliminate or decrease mistrust. Sometimes it's like, why do the sponsor or why the scientific societies do not want to provide all the information, right? Put it on the table. They are hiding something from us. No, it just, there are sometimes proprietary issues and some other times it's not the way things are done and they need to evolve. But I think eliminating mistrust and all of us trying to understand the different points of view would also help. So maybe also for this workshop on what the role of the platform could be or should be. The platform maybe can act or facilitate and lobby for transparency and facilitate communication among all the stakeholders included, right? Because it would really help then advance in transparency. That would be the vision. Everything else, I think it's been already said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next panelist is again Rosa Giuliani. Over to you.
So I think that we all agree that this is a very difficult question, and we can realize it already from the projection of the question in the slides, because there are not one but two question marks. Okay, so this already gives us the idea. Transparency. So there is no doubt that transparency is overall a good idea and what we need to pursue. I was trying to make some reflection about which is the level of transparency and with respect to what. So first of all, my low-hanging fruit as a healthcare professional is about which trials are available. And I actually, as a healthcare professional, oncologist specifically, I really appreciate a lot the fact of having a functional, centralized system that will help me providing patients with the best advice for what they need at the time when they're talking to me, including available trials. But also, I have maybe higher expectation, because I'm expecting that this system, cities, and the platform, the HackU platform that we are discussing today, will actually help us to understand are we truly innovating. This is the level of transparency and the discussion that I would like to have. So it's really, for instance, drug development. Is it planned and implemented in a coherent way? Do we need to, are we keeping, are we developing the drugs that keep inhibiting the same pathway? Because we know already that in a way it's very likely that the results will be positive. Are we duplicating trials? Do we have the right balance between academia-driven trials and industry-driven trials? Are we designing trials properly? And I think, are we actually capturing what the patient needs? And these are the level of transparency. So possibly I acknowledge the fact that I do not maybe necessarily enjoy the listing of all full blood count that the patient had in the context of a clinical trial, but I would like to, let's say, deflect the discussion about these other level of transparency. And something else that as a healthcare professional I expect from this discussion and the transparency discussion is about, for instance, also the fate of every trial, because we are very good, healthcare professional first of many others, to talk about positive trials, but we keep forgetting negative trials that actually are instrumental for our for innovation development. So I think that I would like to see this level of transparency and this level of discussion again, and I'm happy to contribute to this level of discussion. I understand that there are some level of confidentiality that are needed. For instance, I'm not completely sure that the scientific advice needs to be published at the moment that the scientific advice is performed. I totally understand that, and I totally support the point, and it's my personal opinion that of course we need to respect the integrity of the trial, unless there is of course there are very well known rules about protecting patient first, which of course everybody agrees. But I would like to see the a discussion of transparency about the points that I mentioned. And I think I'm stopped here. Thanks.
Thank you, Rosa. Now we move over to the last panelist of the day. It's been a long day, so the honor to you, Rosa, to make the final statement from the patient and consumer perspective on transparency.
Thanks so much. That was a bit difficult at the beginning, but now that I'm the last, it's even more difficult. So I'll try to do my best. A word on transparency on my side. I am here because I work at the European Public Health Alliance. A few of our members are also here, and they are patients, but also healthcare professionals. And what I put in this slide was just like two pictures, because I'm bringing some of the points that some of our members and some of our partners have made. So I want to focus on two things because a lot of the things were said and I don't want to repeat. I think a lot of the last slide that you presented, Laura, was quite, I mean, it talks a lot about why transparency is important. So I don't want to repeat that. But I think that one issue was not emphasized enough, which is the value. I think Rosa Giuliani just said that, which is, you know, the value of also not having not only the positive results, but also the negative results, and how the transparency of clinical trials is not only good for patients because we want to see what's happening there and the data is the data of the patients, but also for researchers and for advancing innovation. So there is a big value in clinical trials advancing science and advancing innovation. And I want to refer to those because I think a lot of patient fellows here are already pointed out to the issues of data protection for patients. So I want to go into the second point, which I think is a bit more difficult because it's how to balance the confidential information. And here I would like to refer to the work of two fellow organizations that have been looking at transparency of clinical trials, Transparimed and Health Action International. And they work with other organizations. They pointed out the reasons why, very specifically, the deferrals were not a good mechanism to enable the spirit, let's say, and the goals of the regulation. And well, the reason I think is simple is also, I had a look also at the long 150 pages document that you mentioned. And I think it's pointed out there because it clearly says that, you know, while reductions might help to solve the issues in many of the cases, and if you compare that, I mean, and you cannot have both. You either can have like the deferral or can have the reduction. And if you want to pick one of them, and if you want to put the public interest at the center of why do we do transparency, which was another question that was very important. I mean, transparency is a means to an end, shouldn't be the end. But if you want to put the public interest at the heart of this, then it looks like deferrals are very complex. They cause a lot of burden for everyone, for the authorities, but they can also like really put an obstacle in this further innovation, in these researchers knowing more, and eventually, of course, on patients benefiting from the innovations. So I think that that's the point on deferrals and reduction. On top of that, report that came from Transparimed and HI developed 10 recommendations. They came out in 2021. So I have to say a lot has progressed. So actually my first point, I forgot about it, but was just to say to welcome all the progress in this area, because many of these organizations have been working together to push for more transparency in clinical trials. And I think all of them are very thankful to the European Commission, to the
European Medicines Agency to the national authorities for all the work done. What else can be done? Well, I will bring one of those 10 recommendations because I'm sure everyone wants to go very soon. And one of them is to have a better mechanism for monitoring what's happening. So they propose to have to integrate a dashboard that looks at the performance, and that can be helpful for the sponsors to know, how well are we doing, how are we progressing. But it can also be helpful for the public, because then the public, many of you ask, okay, what is the information that the patients want to see and the public, because we are all potential patients. It's not about only the ones that participate in the clinical trials. Eventually it's about everyone. And one of the information that people might want to see there to see how things are progressing in transparency is what is the percentage of sponsors that are complying with the rules, and how this is progressing by member state, and how this is progressing in several sectors like universities, other type of sponsors, etc. So I leave it there, and I'm happy to share also the links to all of these publications. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. So can we maybe move to the next slides of the presentation of the result of the Slido? So what I heard in the discussion is that there is a need to balance transparency. There is a need to achieve transparency to be effective with what you want to achieve. You need to respect also the sponsors' rights. You need to respect confidentiality. We need to watch out that the rules don't defeat themselves. That we include rules actually where the transparency that we would like to achieve is actually not achieved. And of course, this begs the question, raises the question, how can we simplify the rules? What can we change in order to achieve these aims? And now, of course, let's have a little look here at the Slido results. So, of course, the issue of timing comes up, right? So when you retrieve the information too late, the transparency may actually no longer serve your purpose. We have heard already about the deferrals, the challenges with the deferrals, that they may lead actually not to transparency, but may not achieve the transparency that we are looking for. We have also learned, of course, about the issue with receiving, irrelevant information or information that is so much that, in fact, you cannot even digest it. Here we see the lay summaries coming up. That's very interesting. So it raises actually the question, like, which documents do you really want to see? Which documents are the ones that actually serve your purpose? Can we make sure that you're going to get those documents? And how can we make that sure? Protect innovation. I see purposeful transparency indeed. So that reflects pretty much our discussion. Protect innovation, very important. If we are not managing to protect innovation, obviously, we again defeat the whole purpose of what we are after. Having more clinical trials in Europe, being a very attractive place for clinical trials. Optimized processes, indeed. So again, how are we going to optimize these processes? What can we do to do this? And yeah, maybe I hand over to you, Stan, and let's see, what the discussion brings.
Yeah, there's still some time. Again, after a long afternoon, I see the first question for Donald.
Yes, I'd like to do a verbal version of Slido. So I'd like to really jump on the really important point that both of our Rosas have made in terms of publishing negative results. I think from a research perspective, the need to understand both positive and negative data are very clear, but even more so from the patient's point of view, in that one could make the case that the lack of publishing negative data has led historically to the senseless waste of countless patients' lives and opportunity cost in trials that really didn't need to be done again.
Thank you. Important point. First, behind.
Yep.
Hello, my name is Christoph Gellinger. I represent the European
The
Federation.
mic, please, or closer to the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Christoph Gellinger. I represent the European Federation of Statisticians in the pharmaceutical industry. And I would like to add one additional point to the discussion here, and that's the transparency of individual patient data. Yeah, EMA started with a raw data pilot to also receive individual patient level data, which of course also fall under EU transparency regulations. And there, of course, the question of protecting the identity of the patients is much, much more severe than when we talk about reducing clinical study reports, for example. And that was missing from the discussion in my view.
Thank you. Then after...
Just briefly on transparency, just to remind anyone who's not aware, in 2015, we ran a global consultation on what the global position should be on clinical trials transparency. And we received over 800 submissions to the public consultation. So that led to the current position, which then was endorsed by a group of all of the major global research funders, including, for example, the Gates Foundation, the Wellcome Trust, but essentially almost all of the public research funders globally. And so that, for us, is really very clear as a global norm, which includes prospective public registration of all interventional trials. It includes disclosure of the methods and the results 12 months, and our time frame is 12 months from the completion date of the trial, results and methods. Methods means protocol. I think statistical analysis plan is also helpful, and information provided back to the participants. So I think that the discussion, I know there are discussions about phase 1 trials, but really the discussion is, it seems to me, if I understand correctly, is about access beyond that to the clinical study reports and to the underlying individual patient data or participant data, and where there are obviously one has to address the ethical and legal considerations and do that in the right way, but understand that also the standardization of the data format, particularly for common outcome measures, is almost as important as providing access to the data, because otherwise it becomes very hard to pool it. But I just wanted to say that's essentially where we already are. I mean, the joint statement from the 23 global research funders came out in 2017, so I can send you the link to that. But that's where we are at WHO.
Thank you. Wolfgang.
A brief comment. Scientists from the Charité, you should know that better, have published studies that after a while, a reasonable while of waiting, more than 30% of clinical trials are not published. And of course, the negative result trials are among them. I think that's in transparency. Whenever I look for a clinical trial open for a patient I go, of course, to PubMed or other networks, but the data there are too mature and it's too late for some of my patients. So I go also to the registries, and here I have a problem. The registries for investigators to put on the trial results or the trial outline are much too complicated. That's true for clinicaltrials.gov and also for EudraCT, and I doubt that CITES will be much better. It should be better, of course. Sometimes even trained pharmacists or IT persons need hours, to answer these complicated questions on these report pages. For instance, I was constantly asked from EudraCT what the control arm would be when I did a very simple phase 1 dose escalation trial, and I couldn't come around it, even with my IT person. So simplify. It's not in the answers here, but simplify would of course be an incentive to researchers and investigators to publish more. Why don't you just set up the trial population, the name of the investigator, and everything else in abstract form? It would be much easier, and for us as investigators would be enough information to see what we can do for our patient.
Wolfgang, is that complexity the reason for this 30%? That is not the only reason.
Maybe you comment. I think that is not the only reason, of course. The other reason is that let's say the leading heads of the journals with high impact factor have somehow, without putting that in written form, decided not to publish negative trials because they are so, unimportant in their mind, but they are not. So it would be a help if that could be somehow corrected. We need high impact publications which really take and accept negative trial results. If you try something like that in Lancet, for instance, they cut you.
Any other questions after this very serious last remark? Any questions online? I think everybody is.
Mike, you're using that microphone. You're sharing your microphone.
Yeah. Well, my voice is strong enough to use that microphone as well. One question, Anna.
There is a question from Martha Colburn. When will the deferred trials be published?
Maybe I can go. I think that's a key question in the public consultation. So I'm just going to use that as that question as an opportunity to plug the public consultation, which is on the EMA website. You can Google it, and it closes on the 28th. So you've got just under a week to respond. So if you've got views on deferrals as a tool in a transparency policy, and that's actually a rather direct question in that consultation, do you think the deferral should be maintained? Do you think they help things? So I would strongly recommend people go and express their views.
Anna.
There's another comment coming from Caroline Correas, and it's about the global approach to transparency in regards to definitions of CCI. And if something is considered CCI in one particular region, it's difficult to understand why it wouldn't be so in other regions. Caroline highlights the efforts between EMA and Health Canada, but wouldn't it be great to extend to other regulators globally? So maybe if there's any comments in that field.
Yeah, as we said, we're working very closely with Health Canada, particularly in clinical data publication. So that's the publication of the clinical study reports and the summaries, which are part of a European application for marketing authorization submitted to the EMA through the centralized procedure. And we are currently in the phase of restarting that data publication for new active substances in September. But during COVID-19, we have continued to publish clinical data, and we have worked very closely with Health Canada. And we're working on trying to simplify. I'm listening to the discussion today. There's a lot about simplification. So we're looking at common templates, things like that to simplify the system. Looking more globally, I think there's more interest now on transparency, particularly at the stage for marketing authorization. So there will be more discussions, I think, with our international partners in other regions. Over.
Thank you. Before we go to the question, Laura wants to comment on the
Thank you,
last
Stan.
topic.
Yes, just to add on 2 points. First of all, lay summaries, it comes quite prominent in the results from Slido. And I wanted to emphasize that with the clinical trials regulation, there is a legal obligation. Now we have a legal obligation in Article 37 to provide a summary of results with a lay person summary. So this is, I think, really welcomed, will be useful for patients. And we have some trials that have ended already in cities for which we will receive the results within 12 months, as it was said before, or 6 months if they are done in pediatric population, and then we'll have a layperson summary. The second one is that via CTAS, we publish already also trials that have not been authorized. So this is in relation to the previous comment on how it is important to share information also for the researchers community, and in the public website we have both authorized and not authorized trials. So just to add on that, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Last
Yeah, Mark, can I offer a reflection on the whole day? It's felt like a very interesting day. We've heard about the CTR and how that led to unexpected challenges. We've heard about policy 070, which sounded quite interesting, but has not been perhaps as targeted as it needs to be. And I wonder whether there are some general lessons for the stakeholder forum around those experiences, because simplicity sounds good, but getting to simplicity is not always simple, particularly when people have got established practices and there's lots of legacy systems that actually need to be sorted out. So I just wonder whether we need to
be careful about what we pick, because there may be some things that are even worse to solve than they are to deal with. And for me, this is a mega project, and the advice people give about mega projects is to think slow and act fast, so you put your effort into the right place. And there's lots and lots of enthusiasm, but we may not be able to achieve everything that we want to do. We may have to put up with some grumbles, but focus on things that are tractable and useful. I just don't know if that's a placeholder for discussions tomorrow.
Thank you for this general reflection on not only the last topic, but on the entire day. So that would be a perfect moment for us, from Harold and I, to hand over back to the chair and co-chair for the final reflections.
You're on. Yes, okay. Well, so time is very advanced, of course. We are all a little bit tired, so I will try to be very short. I'm not trying to recap all our exchanges or summarize what we have heard. I guess I wouldn't even be able to do justice to the many, many points that we have heard. And what I can in any case say that on substance, it has been very, very helpful, all your contributions and the active participation, the comments that we have received. We have heard overall for a call for more harmonization, simplification, more coordination, to watch out for innovation, flexibility, agility, and of course, in particular, also collaboration. And many of you have offered your help to improve the clinical trial system. And that help, of course, will be very, very welcome. I think the collaboration today, our workshop has been a very good example of collaboration. And I think it does show how many fruits and how much potential is in this platform that has now been launched. Also for the future, to intensify exchanges, to learn more about concerns, and to make sure that we are able to take them also into account. With this, I think I would just like to very warm-heartedly thank from my side all the speakers, all the panelists, the audience here in the room, the audience online, for your very active participation, for sharing your concerns, criticism, experiences, or suggestions for improvements of all kinds. And of course, this is exactly the purpose of this exchange and of this platform. And then, of course, I would also like to thank everybody in ACT-EU, EMA, the logistic team of EMA, the member states, and of course, the colleagues from the Commission for having prepared today's exchanges. Thank you.
Thank you. A great thank you, Stan and Harald, for moderating this exciting afternoon. I will be very short and hand over to Peter, but my conclusions from today is that we started with talking about ACT-EU as a platform for meeting all the participants in the great work of clinical research and clinical trials. And a word like harmonization has been mentioned a lot, and all parts of the system, not only the member states working together in the regulatory system as we are doing from my agency, but all these very important parts that you as stakeholders need to work very close together. And I think one take-home message is that we has to focus on skill up others than just our own organization, but also to make the ethics committees even more transparent, even more aligned to the work in the regulatory network. The regulatory network much more aware about the ethics committees really struggling to be both very keep their integrity and keep the ethics at a high level, and all other parts, the patient's impact on clinical design, that they should be fit for purpose. And I heard an excellent new word. Instead of talking about excellent clinical trials or big clinical trials, there was a suggestion that we should talk about powerful clinical trials, and that's making sense about 10 instead of 5 patients in the trials. And so I think this has been very exciting, and it has also given us much to work on when we will have next workshops and talk, and not only talk but also establish new structures to work together. So I think it's a lot about skill up each other. So Peter, more specifically, what have you heard?
So firstly, well, thank you. Firstly, just to say we're at the end of day 1, okay? Because that almost sounded like the end of the workshop. And there's a lot more to discuss tomorrow. So before we get there, I took 10 pages of handwritten notes. So it's been a very rich day. Don't worry, I'm not going to read you all of my 10 pages of notes. But I just wanted to pick out a few things, and some of it echoes things already said. Harmonization, coordination, collaboration. I'm talking about the opening session, in vitro diagnostics, and the interface between the clinical trials regulation and other bits of legislation. It was very clear in terms of what many of the stakeholder voices were saying. In terms of the clinical trials regulation transition trials, we knew it, but it's come out very strongly that there is concern, and we need to actively manage transition of clinical trials directive into the clinical trials regulation. Flexibility, collaboration, the point coming from Julian on patient registries. It's complementary to clinical trials, but don't worry, there will be more work and investment, and tools for patient registries, I think, is important. I did get that. I think that was your key word. Simplify, 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 coming out on the clinical trials regulation. I thought the discussion on ethics was really interesting because everybody seems to be agreeing that we need a European level platform to allow the member state and the regional and the individual ethics bodies to be collaborating. The form of that and who organises it and the resourcing, Monique, it's not fallen on deaf ears, I would say. It's not fallen on deaf ears, but it was lovely to see such a high level of consensus on that. It exceeded my expectations in terms of consensus, I would say. And on transparency, there's a lot people agree on. People agree that transparency is important for trust. It's important for supporting research and development and innovation, and it's critically important for enabling patients to engage and enroll. So I think that was a consensus from all the stakeholders. There are different concerns from different stakeholders, and the best way to deliver transparency is a matter for debate. So particularly making sure that transparency is the key documents that people need, rather than just documents that may increase concern and risk for commercial operators, I think was an important message that seemed to be broadly consensus. Timely availability also, so that I think there was a nice point from Wolfgang about when he needs to take a decision, or sorry, the colleague from the pediatric network, when the patients need to, or the physician needs to take a decision. That's when they need to be able to find the clinical trial, not 3 years after it's finished and has been published in a high impact clinical journal. So really, really interesting. And maybe going back to you, Vasi, go back to some of those principles that the WHO adopted and published in 2017 might be useful pillars for us to hold on to. And I'm going to use that as an opportunity to plug again. 28th of June is the closure of that public consultation. For us at EMA, for the Commission, for the Member States, the feedback of stakeholders on transparency, we are trying to improve transparency. And improve doesn't necessarily mean more or less, it means improved. That was a lovely word, and I like it a lot, or phrase, purposeful transparency. Let's make transparency for those that need it. So for the patients, for the R&D, for innovation. I think that came across very strongly. So I could go on, but I won't, because you probably want to get home and have supper or whatever else you like doing in the evenings. We're going to close the workshop today. We restart prompt at 9 o'clock in this room for those who are in person. Oh yes, no, we're coming to that. I'm being prompted left, right, and centre. Bear in mind we're live broadcast on the web. They're not going to be in the photo. So we'll start again at 9 o'clock. For those who have participated by WebEx, I know it can sometimes be quite heavy when there's a long workshop, but I think it was a very lively debate. For those that are following online, as in the broadcast, please rejoin us tomorrow. We've got really interesting discussions on academic clinical trials and also on what form a multi-stakeholder platform will take in the future. Before I close, because I'm being prompted, for those in the room, please just hang around for 2 or 3 minutes because we're going to have a family photo. And on that note, have a great evening. Thank you.